Pakistan, that sometimes we are facing drought and very critical conditions as far as agriculture is concerned, and then at the other time or other day we are actually getting a lot of water, and there's a lot of floods all over thank you very much, all over Pakistan, all across Pakistan. So this is happening very frequently. So sometimes we're having floods, sometimes we're having this drought season. Now for warm, because this is an important aspect. So for opening remarks, we are, very fortunate that we're having Mr. Ashfaq Mahmood with us. He is the ex-Federal Secretary and water and energy expert. He has also worked in several ministries, including planning and development, water and power, IT and telecom, science and technology, and Kashmir affairs, northern areas, and states frontier regions, normally called at Saffron, and besides youth sports and special secretary finance. As Secretary for Water and Power, he was responsible for addressing international transboundary water issues, interprovincial water sharing, overseeing relevant institutions, including Water Commission for Indus Water, Indus River System Authority, and Water and Power Development Authority, WAPDA of Pakistan. He had been responsible for preparation of several development policies. He had also been the co-chair of the trilateral dialogue between Pakistan, Afghanistan, and US on watershed management and irrigation technologies. He was advisor to IUCN on transboundary issues and hydrodiplomacy, and consultant to International Water Management Institute. He is a member of a number of think tanks. He had also been chaired NESPAC, and also authored very important books on hydrodiplomacy, that was preventing water wars between nuclear-armed Pakistan and India, and long-term planning of power systems. So I would like to request Mr. Ashfaq Mahmood Sahab for his opening remarks. Please come up on the stage.
Everybody can hear me. First of all, I am very happy to be amongst a group of professionals, and it's a privilege to talk to them out of my experience in the Ministry of Water and Power. As you know that today's theme is transforming water governance through water accounting. I'm sure that the panelists and the speakers will illuminate you on this subject in great detail and in great expertise that they have. So I will restrict myself to talking about the role of water accounting in Pakistan, whereas the experts may talk about the overall experience in the world as well. So I will talk about benefits of water accounting in improving governance of the water in Pakistan. And when I talk about transforming, as the subject says, transforming water governance, I look at what are the key issues. There are a number of issues which may not be possible to be covered in this session, but I will talk about just a few key issues and then point out the importance of water accounting in addressing those issues for improving governance. First of all, I recall that there had been a lot of discussions and disputes and controversies about allocation of water to the provinces, which involved assessment of water resource, how much is the inflow of water, how the shares are based upon certain data, and whether the data, historical data, represents the truth. And then later on, once the water shares are decided amongst the provinces, then whether those are actually being delivered. That's where the importance of accounting came in. That some provinces may feel that their shares have not been delivered, and so accounts were not produced at the end of the season or during the season, so that the trust between the provinces remains. And as you know, trust is the fulcrum of all the governance, and water governance is one of the components. And if the provinces have mutual trust and equation to work together, so that's where the issue was. And the grudges start when the accounts are not up to date, or some people think that the accounts are not appropriate. The second thing which relates to the governance is using the water properly, efficiently, and conveying it through the canal system in a manner which is accountable. Now, if we release water from one barrage to another barrage and the amounts are not properly accounted for, then there are issues that we release the full share and the rest of it has gone somewhere. So there are accounts which roughly are produced at the end of the season or at the end of the year, but they are not very reliable. There are disputes that I recall, there had been disputes that I recall on the losses. For instance, the losses between Tansa Barrage and Guddu Barrage had been a matter of controversy since my first tenure in 1995. Till today, I see that there are still issues. So one province says that I released so much water and the other says we didn't receive. And then in between the transit of water or conveyance of water from one barrage to another, there are other issues. There are technical people who work out what should be or what could be the actual conveyance losses and how much is actually seeped out. But this is based upon technical analysis, not necessarily the accounts produced on the basis of metered data. But having said that, once the experts carry out this analysis and come up with reasonable estimates, then one finds that a large number of water, quantum of water is somewhere lost. So you can say non-revenue water or losses or thefts. So again, if the water governance is to be improved, then it is necessary that we not only have the technical, analytical projections or estimates, but we should have actual accounts as to what is the water lost and what is produced, and so something has to be done in that respect. The third issue that I notice is with regards to the fairness in utilization of water. Now, on the farm, starting from Naka onwards, there has to be, or on the distributaries and on the miners and so on, what is the upper riparian's right and what is the lower riparian right, and what is actually received by the lower riparian and what is actually delivered to them. Now, basically, at the farm, what one notices is that there is no system of metering. Instead of that, there's a system of time that we open a Naka and we allow the water to flow. There are grievances of the upper and lower riparian which need to be addressed and which can only be addressed if there is accounting, if there is some accounts of what is received and what is not received. Finally, I would like to talk about groundwater, again where we find that there is not enough accounting at all. In fact, we don't know how much is seeped in, how much is charged, but there are analyses which show you, but there needs to be an accounting of this system also. And in the cities where a lot of water is actually based upon groundwater, there are many issues. The water is wasted, the water is not accounted for, the water is not built, the water is not priced. I receive water on the basis of the rakba or the area of my house rather than on how much quantum that I consume, whether I wash my car or not, and so on and so forth. So the common thread in all this discussion is that there has to be accounts. There are technologies available, like for overall system, there are satellite technologies for metering, there are smart meters, there are telemetering, and so on. So if that is possible, then that data would be available and accounting for. So finally, I would like to conclude by saying that in order to use water efficiently in a manner which supports our lifeline, and we are water scarce, we need to take care of, and the governance has to be improved. The governance can only be improved by proper water.
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice opening remarks. Basically, you have actually opened the area for discussion as well, but we will do it afterwards. So the key message from your side, sir, is that we have to account water. We have to, do water allocations at all levels, and then the trust is required among the stakeholders and water accountability. So that is actually really the requirement, not only within country as well as within the basin as well, for if we are talking about transboundary Indus basin. So thank you, sir. Now, to set the pitch for this water accounting, because we are talking about water governance through water accounting, and we always say that it's very important to have data sets, and to do water governance we need data, and we always discuss it at different forums as well. So just to set the pitch, I would like to give a short presentation on this water governance through water accounting. Can you please upload my presentation? Then we will go towards Professor Jose El Chavez. But just to set the pitch for water accounting, I would like to have a small presentation for you. So I have a double role over here, doing a moderator of this session as well as a speaker as well. Can we go to the first slide, please? ये तो आखिर में दिखानी थी यार, आपने पहले दिखा दी. So basically, because I have done some work on transboundary Indus basin, not only in Pakistan but also in India, Afghanistan, China, and Pakistan. So I have a holistic picture of whole Indus basin. That first slide पे चले जाएं please. यहाँ से चल नहीं रहा ना. It's not working. So first slide पे चले जाएं, अगर slide 1 पे चले जाएं ना, ये आप तो चौथे पांचवें पे. Yeah, thank you very much. So now next slide, please. Okay, you see this is our Indus transboundary Indus basin that is having parts in Pakistan. Major part is in between Pakistan and India, and then we do have some parts in China and Afghanistan as well. Next, please. And this Indus basin is blessed with variety and different land uses, land covers. We have snow covers over there, glaciers, one of the largest glaciers in the world. Then we are also blessed with having different dams. Tarbela, we have Mangala. Next karte jaye yaar. Mangala, then we have this Baglia Dam over there, and then we have a very good plain as well, which is fertile, and we have a lot of crops over here. And then we are also blessed to have this special type of dolphins. These are the white dolphins and blind dolphins, some people say. And we are also blessed with having mangroves and then ocean in the south. But at the same time, we have been ranked as 6th largest population in the world also. But the unfortunate thing is that being agricultural country, we're having 77th in food security index, and 81st in its availability, 74th in quality and safety of the food, and 8th in climate risk index. And we have already seen this type of climate risk things in the country for previous 4-5 years. So 14th as an extremely high water stress country. Sometimes we are hearing about day zero in Cape Town, when we were also hearing day zero in Islamabad as well, like 3-4 years back. But at the same time, next please, we do have this type of things. You know, in July it was going very smooth and very fine, and suddenly we have floods. So and floods in the whole country. About 40% of the country was under flood, and about 4 crore people were on the roads. So that is something that we have to look for, and we have to account for as well. Next please. So it needs water governance and management. And water governance, this is a social and political, economic factors are affecting this water governance. Sometimes it depends upon the governments as well. Sometimes it depends upon the stakeholders, that how they are actually, looking for this whole scenario of or whole picture of water. And you can see that reductions in river flows are also due to the climate change, and we are having reduction in Indus, Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Satluj, and overall reduction of about 27% has been observed for a couple of last 30-40 years. Next, please. We need accounting. That's what we were talking about. If we're working on the water budgeting and water, if we have good accounts, then we are able to, do some sort of policies. We are able to, inform water managers that we are also able to, inform the water planners that impact of changes are there, climate changes, land uses were there, affecting the effectiveness of adaptation. If we are going for climate change adaptation, even then we need such type of water accounting frameworks over here. Next, please. And also donors are also important. If they know that how much water is coming into the system and going out of the system, then they will be in a position to put money over there and put budget for that particular country. Next, please. So how it can be done, please. For proper water counting, we need different type of data sets. We were talking about data, and we need data sets on precipitation, we need data sets on evaporation, transpiration, storage changes. It could be surface storage, it could be groundwater storage, and surface groundwater inflows and outflows, as well as the land use and land cover. Next, please. Ideally, what should be that we have to have data set of each and every pixel at each and every point of our system. If we're talking about the river flows, then we have data for all those barrages and all those points which are going through over there. But unfortunately, in our case, like Indus Basin, we do have very limited gauging stations over here. I mean, if we talk about the meteorological station, that's one of the important parameter. We have only, now we have about 100 stations, that's all. And most of those stations, sorry? 79, exactly. I have that 75 figure with me, but now there are some, small stations also there. So about 100 stations, and most of those stations are in the populated areas, in the cities. So the areas which are actually using that water, they are not being gauged. So we need more gauging stations, not only as far as climate is concerned, also the flowing water as well. Next, please. We did some exercise on whole Indus Basin. As I've already discussed, that we developed a land cover, land use map for the Indus Basin, with taking care of all irrigated and non-irrigated areas, as well as the glaciers. Next, please. We did some sort of soil moisture accounting as well. That was actually taken up from the AMSRI at that time, but ASMOS is there for new. It's the next generation satellite that can actually give you the holistic picture of that, how much moisture is there in the system. Please, next. So next. We also did some accounting as far as evaporation and transpiration concerned. This is important factor whenever you are talking about irrigated areas, because all the crops which are actually, or even the fallow land which is actually using water, that is because of evaporation and transpiration. So it's important to map that evaporation and transpiration separately. Next, please. And that was done by, we developed a model for doing this, and we actually divided this canopy and the bare soil as a separate components, and then we did. Next, please. These are some maps of transpiration and evaporation, separate evaporation, and it's the right side is we have the transpiration maps. Next, please. And with the help of that, we were able to, determine that how much actual evapotranspiration within the system and then actual transpiration. So total evapotranspiration was 496 cubic kilometers at that time. And next, please. For the actual evapotranspiration from the irrigated area was about 254 cubic kilometers. And when we're talking about Pakistani side, it's about 154 cubic kilometers. Next, please. So that's the whole sheet of this evapotranspiration using water accounting framework. Next, please. Well, that was actually a very important table that actually gives you a picture that how much area, what type of land use is there and how much area is under that particular land use and how much water is being consumed by that particular, irrigated area or non-irrigated area. So next, please. So in this case, we can, have a good idea that irrigated rice wheat rotation in the area where we're having rice and wheat, it's a major consumer of our water from the system. And that also includes not only Pakistan, but also Indian side as well, because in Indian side, Rajanpur, Punjab and Haryana states of India, they have a lot of rice over there and wheat as well. Next, please. So second is irrigated mixed water. And we are able to, have an idea that where are the water producing areas and what are the water consuming areas. So mostly our irrigated areas, these are the water consuming areas and rest is the water producing. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. And we also did some sort of hydrological modeling to determine the actual evapotranspiration and soil moisture over there as well. Next, please. So using, integrating remote sensing, GIS data sets, and hydrological modeling, we were able to determine that overall irrigation within the irrigated Indus Basin, that includes India and Pakistan. So about 181 cubic kilometer overall irrigation was done during a particular year. Next. So if we have the canal irrigation information that how much water was being diverted into the system, then we were able to determine the groundwater, irrigation through the groundwater as well. It was about 68 cubic kilometers. Next, please. And with the help of that, we can also, have an idea that how much aquifer is being depleted. So we have numbers that we can actually, and these numbers are not only, only a number, but it also giving you a special information as well that how much your water is being depleted in which area. So you can see over here that's the Bis Doab in Indian side of Punjab and Haryana. They are having, more and more depletion over there because of excessive pumpage. Next, please. So we need more efficient near real-time water accounting framework. Integrated water sources management at a basin scale is required, and it should not be, should not take care of the political boundaries as well. So it should be beyond political boundaries. Climate change and its threats to water availability and food security and the transboundary concept should also be account for. Then sustainable surface and groundwater development use and rainwater harvesting for recharge techniques should also be introduced and adopted over here. So with these recommendations or points, I'm closing my presentation over here, and hopefully you have an idea that how these numbers are important and why this water accounting is important, so that you can have a holistic picture of whole area, that which areas are water consuming, which areas are water producing, where it should go, where it should not be, and how much water is being abstracted at a particular area. So thank you very much from my side. And now I would like to request Professor Jose Chavez from Colorado State University. Dr. Jose Chavez is a professor and an irrigation specialist in the Civil Engineering and Environmental Engineering Department at Colorado State University. He earned his BSc degree in agriculture engineering from Paraiba Federal University from Utah State University. He earned an MSc and PhD degree in irrigation engineering and biological and agriculture engineering, respectively. His expertise is in agriculture, irrigation, water management, and crop evapotranspiration estimation using remote sensing and energy balance methods. He teaches irrigation systems design, irrigation, water management, and drainage and wetland engineering. He is a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers, the American Society of Agricultural Engineers, the Irrigation Association, and the U.S. Commission on Irrigation and Drainage. His title of his talk is on smart irrigation water management using special monitoring technologies. So over to you, Dr. Chavez.
Dr. Tim, I appreciate the introduction you have done and your nice presentation, which sets up very well the background for this presentation. I really appreciate that. Also, good morning to everybody in the audience, the panelists, and I would like to also thank for this invitation to participate in this event. With that, I'm going to share my presentation. Let me see if I can properly do that. Share. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yeah. Yeah, it's working now.
Okay. Good. So this is a statement by Dr. Malden. It's about 25 years back that this was done in IMI, and that one way, and I think it was alluded by Dr. Chima in his presentation, there is no watering accounting if there is no accounting of all the inflows and outflows of the system at different scales, and different reaches and so forth. So I'm going to talk about the water balance approach, within the irrigation hydrologic cycle. But instead of focusing on the inflows and outflows with different measuring devices for open channel flow or closed pipes, I'm going to focus on evapotranspiration using remote sensing, different technologies, since this session is on technologies, and what is happening in the US and some other parts in the world. So focusing on evapotranspiration, the actual water use across irrigation districts. And here we are, I think about 35 years back, we started with a series of, on the far right of the slide, with Landsat satellites, images of 30-meter pixel resolution and 16 days of revisit time. Now we have Landsat 8 and Landsat 9 available within the family of Landsat, but other platforms have become available, are more and more frequently becoming available. It is worth pointing out this technology that we have, sorry, with the UASs or unmanned aerial systems or vehicles or so-called drones with a very high spatial resolution, sub-meter, and of course on demand for precision irrigation. On the far left, we have the handheld sensors, remote sensing sensors for mainly used for calibrating the other spatial resolution sensors. But if you focus in the middle now, it's very interesting. We have some spatial and temporal resolution in the middle, meaning in between the high precision and accuracy ground level and the remote sensing with the Landsat and MODIS satellites. So this is the one first, the Planet family of microsatellites. These are the size of a shoebox. These are 3-meter pixel resolutions, and daily revisit, and 2 or 3 times per day, depending on the type of satellite they have. They have more than 150 microsatellites available. This is a commercial company, but in the US, but also in Europe, there are other companies like this one popping up, and more imagery, multispectral imagery mainly, and now they're planning for hyperspectral imagery to be included in those microsatellites. And then we have, of course, this from the European mission Sentinel-2, Sentinel-3, with 10-meter pixel resolution, this one, and every 5 days of temporal resolution revisit time. And so, what is the theme here? That with the different technologies of multispectral imagery, nowadays we are capable of mapping different scales, uh, evapotranspiration, the actual water used by vegetation, and have a much better accounting of the water use and where it is used, as it was alluded before. And there are these two main algorithms that are being implemented in different parts of the world. The first one, the KCR, or so-called reflectance-based crop coefficient, where the typical FAO 56 crop coefficient is updated, let's say, based on vegetation indices, based on remote sensing reflectance values on different bands. This is the easiest way, I guess, to apply remote sensing. Those updated crop coefficients, reflectance-based crop coefficients, are multiplied by the reference evapotranspiration. And for that, to get the reference evapotranspiration, mainly based on grass on most parts of the world, in our neck of the wood in the western US, we use mostly alfalfa as a reference crop. But you need a network of good weather stations, and I have a couple of slides on that. So have that in mind. And the other most popular method is a more complicated algorithm, is the energy balance. Most models around the world, they provide good estimates for net radiation and soil heat flux, the RN and G terms here. They differ mainly on H, the sensible heat flux. But that sensibility flux submodel could be calibrated and adjusted as time goes by. For that, we need one system, and I'll show in a minute that system. But just mentioning the network of ag weather stations that is needed for the first method that I mentioned, the reflectance-based crop coefficient, these ag weather networks, they, of course, they need to be very representative of the microclimate, and they should be on preference crop being grass or alfalfa and very well maintained. That's one key point. Here is the boundary of Colorado, and we have these dots representing weather stations. And you see clearly here on the northern part, we have one watershed river basin and another on the south. And we have much denser cloud of points in here with weather stations. On the western side of Colorado, on the western slope of the Rocky Mountains, we have much less because of the mountains and valleys and close valleys that are easily represented by fewer weather stations. We have more than 110 weather stations in the state, and more are coming up. And so this is key for, again, mapping evapotranspiration. And the other network that is needed to be successful implementing these evapotranspiration algorithms using remote sensing as input is this technology, it's named eddy covariance energy balance system, or heat flux, to measure heat fluxes, sensitive heat flux and latent heat flux that translate into evapotranspiration. This technology is not cheap, but is much cheaper than weighing liximeters and can be moved from one location to another. This technology is used to develop or calibrate these remote sensing of evapotranspiration models and evaluate their accuracy in time and space, and can be assimilated in the model, and as time passes by, improving a lot the response of the models across the system. The vendors of the eddy covariance systems nowadays, they provide software that processes the instantaneous data, the fast response sensors. They produce a lot of data, um, like because they collect at a high rate frequency of about 15 to 30 readings per second. And so they process online and they do the full correction needed, and the, this system have the capability to publish online, meaning via satellite or cell phone modem connectivity, and you can access the data remotely. And also to assess if there is any problem, any issue with the sensors or the maintenance or the data being stored or not stored for that matter. To that regard, to the use of this technology, I'm going to show some evaluations, some results. I'm not able to show a whole lot because we have some time constraints. But this picture on the left shows uh, this is a limited research farm. It's a university land share with the management with the USDA, the Department of Agriculture in the US. And this is a limited irrigation, mainly research farm. On the right, we have some of this field is subsurface drip irrigation. And the data I'm going to be showing is for maize irrigation evapotranspiration measurements. But we have on the right a map of this is of texture done with electromagnetic induction, and you have a very variable soil. The lighter colors show where is sandier soil, and the darker colors show the heavier soil, more clay content. So uh, clearly, precision irrigation with high resolution remote sensing would help manage irrigation in this field. But the first evaluation here is using the ground-based sensors, radiometers simulating satellites sensors, similar bandwidth, and the evaluation was done with the eddy covariance. But the upper curve in here, the red one, is for a fully irrigated maize field, no lack of water. That would be the expected evapotranspiration rate. While the gray color is the eddy covariance measured evapotranspiration fluxes. The blue line would be the model, the energy balance model uh, from the handheld or ground-based sensor. And it is a good correspondence. This is for a daily time step evaluation. Here we have the average error, about 4%, and the root mean square error, which could be equivalent to the standard deviation around the mean, is close to 14%. This is very in line with good DEEM, good models published in the literature. Then the UAS or drone application within the same field for limited and fully irrigated fields. We are showing just some data here. We have larger deviations. And this was evaluated further. What was causing this deviation? What larger errors using data from these unmanned aerial vehicles? And where it was, the issue mainly was on the thermal data, the thermal camera. Uh, that's where we need a lot of more work, more calibration, more careful data collection. Otherwise, larger errors are incurred with that technology. Now, with the satellite, the microsatellites that I showed, the shoebox size, the planet, for example, we get also very good response as evaluated with the eddy covariance of a little bit of variability, a little bit larger than the variability of the error with the handheld or the ground-based sensor, but still it's very acceptable. And over 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month, much better correspondence of estimated versus measured, much less errors. Very encouraging this using technology, the images from the microsatellites. And using Sentinel-2, which is freely available data, very good results as well. This is in the case for another field near Fort Collins, which is fully irrigated, still maize. We are very happy with the, the performance of the model with this imagery. Now, I was saying that there are efforts nowadays in the Western U.S. to have the evapotranspiration map for the entire Western U.S. And now this has been achieved through a partnership of private and public institutions that have came together to make this possible to fund and implement. This OpenET platform runs on Google Earth Engine, and it's able to map evapotranspiration and make these maps available to the public, to the users, to water districts, decision makers. This is pixel by pixel, and you can click on the pixel, and then graphically you obtain the evapotranspiration data, and of course you can download tabulated data and maps of that, and different temporal scales. They have released recently a monthly data for free that can be downloaded, and so you could evaluate for the Western U.S. With time, the coverage will grow to cover also the rest of the U.S. and depending on funding, grow to parts of the world, to cover parts of the world. Perhaps something like this tool could be developed for Pakistan or on other countries. Let's say they have, as this this bar graph is showing, different algorithms. They are running, I think it's 6 algorithms. You could choose which one you want to pull the data from, or use what is called the ensemble. The ensemble is just a combination of all of them. And these models have been evaluated with ecovariance, mainly systems, and they keep being refined, these models. And these other platforms that I showed before, the Sentinel, the Planet, they are nowadays being integrated to improve the accuracy of the maps and being able to deliver the weekly and daily maps with high accuracy. So very encouraging and very useful data from OpenET. Now, in terms of the ecovariance network that I mentioned, there is one example here from what the so-called Parallel 41 project. This NASA involved and the US involved. This is an example of Nebraska. We have these blue dots. Each blue has 3 or 4 ecovariance fields in there. And there are, of course, other locations. And you click on one of those locations, and a picture with information of the ecovariance energy balance system pops up. You further click on that data, and of course, you get both. You can download tabular and graphs of the data on a daily basis. This is ET. The blue bars are from the evapotranspiration from the ecovariance, and the orange bars is the reference, alfalfa reference evapotranspiration, ETR. Again, with this information, the main purpose of this information from the distributed ecovariance network is to improve the quality, evaluate and improve the quality of the evapotranspiration, remote sensing evapotranspiration models. Also, you could, of course, produce crop coefficients and update for different varieties of crops that are coming up, mostly for drought-resistant crops. We have several nowadays coming for the Western U.S., so this is a very nice technology to accomplish that. Further, we've been working with some colleagues in Spain. This is an example of one platform they have developed for accounting, for water accounting and irrigation, accountability, transparency, and this is the remote sensing based on water balance. Again, this is the water balance that needs to happen. And they started using the NDVI, the Normalized Different Vegetation Index, to improve crop coefficients, reflectance crop coefficients, using mainly the Sentinel and Landsat. You see Landsat A, Sentinel 2A, Sentinel 2B, integrating land use maps, as Dr. Chima was alluding to, soil types, and so forth, the micrometeorological network, again, very important for reference ET and precipitation mapping, and again, doing the balance and tracking water use and where is happening, all these depletion, where the water is going. This team and other teams also in Spain, they are moving to implementing the energy balance, the more complicated algorithm. As in the US, they are also emerging those two models into the so-called hybrid approach, which is providing a much better accuracy for evapotranspiration mapping in time and in time and space. So with that, just wanted to have some notes that, of course, we need to do those inflow and outflows measurements with different devices and with telemetry. We agree on that. But then evapotranspiration, ETA, the actual evapotranspiration mapping is very important to, as much as possible, match the water application or to the requirements of the plants and minimizing the losses in the system. To accomplish this, to apply this technology that we have shown, we need the development of these weather stations, standardized agricultural weather stations, and for key locations, the eddy covariance systems. And that these ground sensors, remote sensing, ground-based sensors, and also the satellite, we can calibrate the satellite data, and that is a very viable way to map evapotranspiration. We need tools, platforms to publish and have statistics on the water use online, and the integration of these maps into irrigation and counting systems. Very much in accordance with what Dr. Chima was presenting. And I'm stopping here, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chavez. You're really presenting what I was expecting from you. I mean, this is really, we were talking about it as a whole basin scale, and you are really focusing on use of technologies at a farm level. So farm level is also very important when, at one side, if we are talking about the policy guys or the policy managers or water managers, that how they can actually manage water at a basin scale or at a national level. It's also similarly important, same importance is there that we have to, manage within the field as well. And you have shown that spatial variabilities plays a key role in, setting up, adjusting water availability for a particular crop. And of course, the evapotranspiration is one of the key components to measure that how much water is required at what particular area. So thank you very much for your nice piece of presentation. Now for discussing further on this water accounting issue, and we were talking about data and these things and how we can actually motivate our policymakers and water managers that how they can actually efficiently use the available resource of water over here in Pakistan. I would like to go through a round of panelists, which are one of, in fact, all of those panelists have good experience of working on different water issues and as well as water accounting as well. So there are some questions that are actually coming up from various sides, from the policymakers, from the academicians, from even from the farmers as well, that how we can actually utilize these available technologies for water accounting as well as water governance. So for that, I would like to request our panelists, Dr. Umar Waqas Liaquat. He's from International Water Management Institute, and he's a researcher over here, and by profession he's an agriculture engineer and earned a PhD in water resources management, having 12 plus years of experience ranging from academia, research and research for development. Umar served as a water resources specialist at the International Center for Agriculture Research in the dry areas, ICARDA, King Abdullah, University of Science and Technology, Saudi Arabia, and University in South Korea. His expertise is in agricultural water management, irrigation hydrology, and remote sensing applications to map the water and energy fluxes for various hydrological and ecosystem applications. He has worked extensively in 5 major river basins across the world, including those in Asia, Australia, and Middle East, as well as North Africa. Thank you very much, Dr. Umar Waqas Liaquat. Along with him, I would also like to request Mr. Jiro Ariyama. He's an international technical officer of water management at FAO and involved in transforming the Indus Basin with climate-resilient agriculture and water management projects funded by GCF. He has over 10 years of experience in hydrological modeling and water sources management in Pakistan, Zambia, California, Middle East, and North Africa. His main areas of work are water counting and sustainable water sources management to address SDGs and to balance water demand in different sectors. We welcome Mr. Jiro Ariyama over here. Along with him, I also would like to have our next panelist is Dr. Akhtar Bhatti. He obtained his Doctors of Engineering in Irrigation and Water Resources Development and Management from France in 1983. In addition, he also has a DES in Economy and Strategy of Rural Development from France. He did his ME in Agricultural Science and Water Engineering from IIT Bangkok. He worked as National Coordinator of Water Use PARC from 1983 to 86 before joining IWMI. Then he worked with the World Bank in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Nigeria, Asian Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank in Pakistan. He worked with UNFAO as Rural Infrastructure Officer in Rome, as well as Land and Water Officer for GCC and Yemen. We also welcome you over here, sir. Maybe we have Ms. Iram Amir as well? Okay. So kindly, sir, if you don't mind, you can have a seat over there. Thank you, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. Iram Amir. She is an assistant professor in the Institute of Environmental Sciences and Engineering, National University of Science and Technology. She completed her master's in USA. Her PhD is in climatology. She has working experience in different countries like USA, Holland, and Austria, and World Bank as well. Ms. Iram supervised several research groups. One of them has won the Rector's Gold Medal Award. The project mainly focused on SDG 11 and SDG 13. We also welcome you over here, Ji. As you may know that what type of questions we are going to ask from you people, and these are the questions because basically they are being asked by all sort of people around us, even in organizations. Even if we talk with the farmers as well, they are also very well aware of new technologies and this type of water counting systems. So they are also asking, and when we are going over there in the fields, we have to face very hard questions from them as well. So we have to deliver for them. So that's why these are the important questions. So I would like to start from Dr. Akhtar Bhatti Saab. Sir, as far as our National Water Policy of Pakistan is concerned, is to develop a water counting system for transparent water use among different users. What steps do we need to develop a comprehensive water counting system?
Thank you very much. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem. Based on my experience, I graduated in 75, so I have about 47 years as a student of water resources. So I feel that we have certainly, and as you very rightly and Ashfaq Saab and other speakers said, there are institutional issues and there are technical issues. So for me, the most important is the fundamental is that we need some institutional arrangement for water accounting. And that's, for example, I have worked as a team leader for WCAP for 2 years in the Ministry of Water Resources from 2018 to 2020. And my experience is that, for example, IRSA, which is Indus River System Authority, it may be needed to make it Indus River Basin Authority. So that institutional arrangement is a must, because I was involved in a telemetry project, and like Ashfaq Saab very rightly said, that there is a lack of trust. So we need to have, first of all, before we enter into accounting, we need to build trust, and for that, an overall authority, and I have worked in France and many other countries, even in a country like Nigeria, where I was World Bank consultant, there are river basin authorities. And we must consider this and see, because we have Indus Water Commission, we have Indus River System Authority, but it is perhaps a time to consider a Indus River Basin Authority, so that we have a kind of very neutral platform among this provincial setup. That's one thing, sir, I feel. Secondly, as a student of water resources, I learned water management is in fact water measurement. And there is a need, again coming to institutional arrangement, and then the role comes of technology. For example, I was involved in a World Bank funded project of telemetry, but because of mistrust, we were not able to proceed after advertising, shortlisting, bringing in technology. And I still remember that when I was with Asian Development Bank in Pakistan Resident Mission, and there were some meetings, so there were provinces complaining that even our staff, when it is posted for monitoring to another province, they are get influenced, and we don't get the right. So this trust building is very important. And secondly, like learner speakers have explained various technology. So I remember from my days from IWMI that we were looking for the groundwater use. And we were going to farmers and interviewing, and the data was not reliable. So ultimately we ended up, I'm talking about 80s and 90s, that we took the vibration meters and put them with the pump, with the outflow pipe, so that it vibrates and gives us the hours. So the need for technology is very important, and the reliable data is very important. But it really, to me, it boils down to institutional arrangement. And once we have that put in place, then we go for various technologies. Like we have a lot of models. There are 15, 16 satellites which are providing on daily basis, free of cost, many data like rainfall, evapotranspiration, biomass, all these things. So I'm a firm believer. I don't want to take your more time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. You're really, hitting at the right area. That the institutions and technical issues are there, and then of course you are also suggesting to convert IRSA into IRBA, and you are also talking about trust and transparency, right? So we are talking about this telemetry system, and you are also saying that there was mistrust, and that's why it is not working over here. So mistrust among whom? Why this mistrust is being developed among the stakeholders? Do we have any sort of mechanism that this mistrust can be, settled down? And other question, you are also talking about this the use of new technologies and models and of everything. So we have the satellites. These are really very much high resolution satellites nowadays. So can we use or can we not use them to develop such type of information system that is trustworthy among the different stakeholders?
Sure. I believe I have worked mostly in the UN system and retired from FAO several years back. So the real thing is the professionals. And when you have right man for the right job, and what I say that right now these water accord is being implemented by provinces. So if we come above, one level above, like ISA was established, but still I believe, and I have seen myself that ISA was not given the role which was it meant for. And this is like, in 2018, these provinces have signed the national water policy. But unfortunately, under national water policy, I was there for 2 years, but because of one reason or the other, we could not even hold a single meeting of the Water Council, although we put the Prime Minister on top of it. So maybe there is a need to come down certain level where things can move. And what I really say that over and above, we have to come out of this provincial kind of feelings and prevention. That's the only way out. Like, Indus Basin Treaty, it was among two countries which are rivals and but still that somehow it is still working. So the same way water accord is there, ISA is there, but if we really, the provinces and the federal government set up a kind of agree, and that is, then it should be taken with the right professionals, means those come on merits, and we certainly we can build the trust.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We will talk more on that as well. But Dr. Umar, you have listened to Batisa that for monitoring databases are important, and we can also use satellite data sets for such type of monitoring as well. So better accounting systems. So do you have any idea that what type of bottlenecks in developing centralized water sources in Pakistan? What type of issues that we are actually facing, and what type of issues we can face when we are going for centralized databases?
Well, thank you very much, Imasa, for giving me the opportunity. And when you were asking me about the data set, and I was recalling about the last year, our session on water accounting, we have talked a lot on the data set issues and how can we resolve those issues of data set within Indus Basin and specifically within the Indus Basin part of Pakistan. But as you know that I am the applier of remote sensing data set, and I believe that with the current advent of technology, with the current advent of or advancement of remote sensing technology in the recent years, we can produce all of the water accounting variables at various special scales within for the Indus Basin. But where we are, we are having a problem, that is we don't have a very precise mechanism of measurements within Indus Basin on Pakistan side. So why? I can give you an example. When you were showing your presentation, you showed us some numbers of the water accounts, what you have measured at the broader level, and then what is the irrigation proportion from that. But I think so that we have calculated from a decade or 2 decades ago developed efficiencies. We have made lot of interventions in last 1 or 2 decades. Our water channels are being lined, and therefore the efficiency there is also improvement in the efficiency. So irrigation department is getting data set on regular basis. So what we need to do, what the need of the time is, we need to improve our measurements further. This can be done like we need to go for the instrumentation, like Professor Chavez was showing. We don't have any covariance system within the Pakistan. So we can apply the energy budget models to map the ET for the basin, but we are not so sure about our modeling. There could be uncertainties as well, but we need some kind of instrumentation in form of the energy AD covariance system. We need to have the piezometers to monitor our groundwater level. As you know that there is also a growing debate on the groundwater abstraction is increasing, and we being researchers are just relying on the inverse methodology where we are producing water accounts based on ET mapping, based on the efficiencies, but we cannot validate those numbers with the actual instrumentation on the ground. So I believe that being researcher and being the applicant of the remote sensing technology, we can produce any sort of data sets, and the very rich data sets for our community, for our stakeholders, for our academicians, but we have to first improve our measurements.
Well, there's no doubt on it that we have to improve our measurements, and instrumentation is definitely one of the major thing that we need for, basically that's the major bottleneck, I would say. But with the same time, I mean, we have seen that different organizations, they have developed different models for the Indus Basin. I am not going to, give the names, but everybody over here, they know that some international organizations, they also develop some models for the entire Indus Basin, and they are actually, continuously trying to connect with our water managers as well as ITSA as well. So they have those type of models available. They have offered those models, but again, the thing is that we are lacking trust, as well as we are lacking instruments. But also, like Bhattisa was also saying, that we are also lacking some good, HR that actually can develop those, can use those models and can do this type of research. Unfortunately, most of the good resources, they went out for one or another reason. But we do have, but I think that we should develop some nexus between organizations, like we have IWMI over here, we have different organizations, PCRWR is there, and we have our governmental institutions, WAPDA, ITSA, and this Indus Water Commission. So we should develop this coordination with the academic institutions as well, that we have people from NUST, people from universities, agriculture universities. I mean, a lot of people, even from Center for Excellence in Water Sources. The persons are there, the researchers are there, the people are there, but we have to channelize them, we have to utilize them efficiently. Then I think we can, take care of those shortage of those resources as well. Sir, before further discussion, yeah, please.
Really, it reminded me when you talk about IWMI.
Yeah.
I am witness because I worked with its first chairman, Pakistan Agriculture Research Council in 1983, when I came back from France after PhD, and helped in developing IWMI in Sri Lanka in 1984 and in 86. The whole idea was at that time, and Pakistan fought for that, and President Zia Marhoom issued a letter to 16 ambassadors in Europe and America that we get this institute. But I'm really very sad to say that somehow we could not even make use of this institute. And this is a very sad story that we had this since we established in Denpur Road, 1B Denpur Road in July 1986. And I joined as a postdoc fellow in Sri Lanka, and they posted me here. But that's just, I took this to remind that this is another thing that like a CARDA, EC mode, these international CG system, which are specialized system to help, like FAO, it's an intergovernmental organization to assess, but unfortunately, we are not making use of these resources because of these biases among the provinces, etc. Thank you, sir.
Sir, we don't want to, make use of them because they will, give us some good things. Okay, now I would like to, turn towards Mr. Jiro Ariyama. You have listened the debate among our panelists. So what type of, steps do we need to take to connect water governance with water accounting in the developing world, such as our Indus Basin or Pakistan?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So I've worked for, water accounting system establishment in several other countries in the Middle East before I came to Pakistan. And there are, okay, so let's talk about general things, okay, not focusing on developing countries. The first thing you have to be very careful, besides the technical part, is that you have to design your water accounting to address the key problems or key questions that the major stakeholders are interested in. So you really have to understand that carefully. There are many standardized water accounting systems in the world, but maybe some of them do not address the key questions or problems. So do the assessment first to make it useful. Otherwise, you produce water accounting, you write a report, and then people, high-level stakeholders, just do not do anything after that. So that's very important to make sure of the design of the water accounting. Another thing that people may forget is that communication and uncertainty. We are working with numbers. We all engineers struggled with uncertainty. And our water accounting should definitely communicate the level of uncertainty or reliability of our outputs. And otherwise, decision makers may take a wrong decision. If you overclaim your accuracy, then it may lead to wrong decision making. While if it's if it's just not you do not show anything about uncertainty, then you get a lot of questions, and then at the end people get fatigued and do not trust the numbers. So be clear for which one you are more confident, and which numbers are, include some uncertainties, so that you may need further improvement. So uncertainty communication is really, really important in my opinion. Another thing, also more on the institutional side, is that do multi-sectoral or multi-organizational water accounting in a team. That's very important. Usually water accounting done by one scholar or one organization, it does not get trusted. And let's say, okay, if your water sector does it, then ag sector does not agree. And ag sector does it, then water sector disagrees. So that's to avoid mistrust of the outputs in water accounting, you should probably do the team formation and then do it together. And capacity building together is also important for our international donor agencies. When we provide a training on water accounting, we should consider forming a team rather than giving training to one organization, one sector only. So those are the things that, like, outside of the technical perspectives that we probably have to be careful about.
Okay, yeah, exactly. I mean, capacity building is one of the things that is required for proper designing of water accounting system, for creating trust. Because when you are going to give a number, and once it doesn't show, that it is a right number, or there are uncertainties in it, or there are errors in it, the farmers or the policymakers or the water managers maybe they will, believe on it one time or two time maybe, and then afterwards they will say that the whole technology is failed. So that's why we should be very careful in using those models, and of course the capacity building and team building, it's at multi-sectoral level is also important. So now I would like to turn towards Dr. Iram. We were talking about capacity building, and we are talking about team making, and we're talking about institutes and collaboration among the organizations and governmental organizations as well as the institutions. So what do you think that our national institutes have the capacity to develop water accounting system, and how we can improve that capacity at the national level? Yeah, you can just push it over there. You can.
Sir, with your permission, and sir, with your permission also, all the seniors sitting in front of me, with your permission, I would like to start. And also, please feel the panel. Have the knowledge. My teacher is sitting, so I can understand knowledge is sitting right. Start. I would like to so, my background is from university. I've been teaching for last 2 years. For that also my passion right from my childhood to have a background where I can work with the point is that have start a mind for my and that first of all we need to establish this fact that climate change is always learn from both the side, a bright side and argue and build up our point of view that there exists a climate change, there exists a precipitation variation, there exist more chances of flood that could, render our management helpless of any department, whether Indus River or IRSA, that such a downpour, such a huge amount of flood, such a huge catastrophic rain we are having, so we need to be prepared. Damages are there, floods are there, droughts are there, and we need to prepare it. Coming back to your question, sir, first of all, the punching line from Sir Bhatti is right man for the right job. Okay? First of all, before we build up our capacity, before we build up anything, we must look, is the right person teaching the right subject? For example, is it a PhD who is teaching mathematics, or it is a PhD or a bachelor's degree of Islamiyat or economics is teaching that subject? So, sir, thank you very much. Right man for the right job. We need to also understand that we should not undermine that we need or can we do it. We must start doing it, because the people in the, developed countries, they have also started doing it. And I'm proud of my student from all the university, whether from NAST or from any other university, then whenever they approach or whenever they have given chances in any platform, they have proven themselves. In spite of having very limited or sometimes no budget, they have put money, they have put their own effort, travel at their own risk, get permission at this early age from their parents, and get funds from there, and they have traveled. So we have to establish that fact. We have to get out of this dogma that can we do it, should we try, we must try. Failure is also a learning that, okay, Panadol is not a a medicine for cancer. It's also a learning. You can try, you can come up with, solutions, and you can also tell other person also that this is not the right way. I have appointed this, I have included this and this is not the right. So, presenting your own work, presenting your own failure will be a guidance to you. Now, coming back to the points, the teachers are like that. They always make point before they come to anything. This session was really getting, kind of boring. And, the point is that female gave a flavor to all this stuff. So the point is that, again, design for key problems. Okay, we need to make a design for that, and for that we need extensive surveys also. We need to talk to people who are facing the problem. We are sitting here on a comfortable seat in Serena, the most lavish place in Islamabad, and talking about the problems. Do we have gone to the people who are facing the problem? So we need to do extensive survey. Now, the most important point in my studies and my thing is that we should not always wait for the government to take initiative. We should spend one day. Our nation is going through crisis politically, financially. We are at the verge of getting into default list. Please, sir, note me, point out if I'm taking too long, because when teachers take the mic, it's very difficult to stop them. So at least I can hear a laughter. So we are at the verge of it. We should not wait that, somebody should form an organization, somebody should call us, we should be given transportation, we should be acknowledged. Now we have Zoom. We should try to work on weekend also. In every country, people work at their crisis. Why not we take our student on board and work on Sunday? We slept like 9 a.m. to till 12 a.m., 24 hours sleep, just we are waking. We should crush our sleep. We should work hard on this to overcome this crisis, to overcome the water crisis that has come because Pakistan is soon going to be a water-stressed country. We are flooded with water. 40% of our country is drowned, and all the water is going down the drain. So, coming back to my point again, when I'm teaching, I don't consider point, but here I have to look for the point again and again, that we can do it. There is a possibility we can do it. We should work on Sunday, and everybody should wake up, join a Zoom meeting, start building up those steps from the students is the most important thing. And the students, they have a lot of time. Although they are under the burden of quizzes and assignment, but you should work for your own country. We have, okay, not me, but I'm in the middle of my career. We have lived our life. This is your country. We don't want to leave the country which is at the scarce, or which is at the verge of getting, water scarce, politically disabled. So, sir, is there any point left, that
Yeah, I think you have, covered a lot of points over here. So, because we have to,
Okay,
take care of time as well. Just, just want to tell you that our students, even our female students, they are sitting over here, and they used to go into the field. So we are not the professors like we are sitting in the lavish areas of Serena and just, debating and talking for talking. We are actually, our students over here, you can ask from them as well. So we used to, I'm also going with them in the soil, in the field. We are taking samples. बची जा रही है वहाँ पे.
Very good to hear that.
The thing is that we need capacity building of our young generation as well. So at that point, I would like to get some questions from the audience as well, because we are running out of the time. So some quick questions from our audience, and then we will try to conclude this session. जी sir, a quick short question, sir. वो mic दे दें.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, quick questions from your good self and one of my mentors, Ashfaq Saab, and last from Jose Shanze on, water accounting starting from farm level and crop level. Sir, you mentioned about two major water guzzler crops, rice and probably sugarcane also.
Yeah,
you know,
cotton,
in that,
sugarcane. Rice and cotton,
cotton
sugarcane. Yeah.
sugarcane. You also mentioned precipitation as one of the important factors, and Madam Professor Iram has also alluded the same point, that climatology with precipitation variance, but in our model, now referring to Ashfaq Saab, he has given excellent rundown of water counting for surface systems, for groundwater, but I think the gray area is the precipitation. And I would refer to your area, Dr. Saab, the Potwar Plateau, where you know, we have the precipitation ranging from 600 millimeters to 1200 millimeters, and the accounting of that precipitation for production of crops is probably you know, not institutionalized, not done, with the result that in this plateau we are getting world's lowest wheat yields, you know, of 1.6 or 1.5 you know, tons per hectare. So this is one question mark that we need to do it, you know. Sir, the other point which was, I think, Dr. Bhatti Saab has mentioned, is that we need to rehash and restructure our water counting institutions. So particularly the present system of IRSA, the development of CBMs, confidence building measures, you know, through, you know, within our part of the Indus Basin. So I think this is the high time to go for Indus Basin River Authority, like the Murray-Darling. And my last concern and question to my friend Jose Shanze is about the Colorado River Basin, Colorado River. That is the classical example of the system where not only the 5-6 states of United States, but even Mexico is, you know, they are sharing their data information. I had the chance to work in Grand Valley or Grand Junction, Colorado in summer of '74, many moons back. So this is an area where in the nearby state of Nebraska, they used to go for irrigation scheduling service for maize farmers, and that was that time they were doing from center pivot irrigation system. So I think using the new tools, which I think, Jose, you have just mentioned about these tools, I think this is the high time we should start making the use of the institute, which is the only sustainable, you know, world level institute. I'll strongly endorse Dr. Bhatti Saab, IWMI. This is just 36 years of you know, its existence, and that is the institution which can bring IoT-based system. So I would strongly suggest, sir, let's take the start of this, you know, enhancing water productivity using these new gadgets. You know, the model, the ready variants are the model which has been mentioned by Jose Shanze, you know, to take it here and take a start from the nexus which Dr. Bhatti and Dr. Umar Liaquat has also, you know, mentioned. That is the nexus of the international institutions like IWMI, academia, research institutions, and the private sector, sir. These are some of these. I'm sorry for the long comments, but
thank you very much, sir. These are really very much, you know, required comments basically regarding precipitation and the Potwar. Yes, we are doing it. But yields are also not, you know, dependent on only precipitation, but also other factors are also, you know, affecting the yield. And I think, like Dr. Chavez has already, you know, highlighted some areas that we can actually use those technologies to do this type of interventions over there. And well, thank you, sir, for your comments. You are our, you know, mentor as well. So thank you. Next question, please, sir, please. Just can you please introduce yourself, and then it will be better for the audience.
Dr. Mohammad Riaz from Punjab Irrigation Department. Sir, we are talking about the bottlenecks of the data sets. Actually, there is a problem of capacity building of the provinces. Punjab Irrigation Department has already developed a very good database system, irrigation management infrastructure, where all the canal surface water data and groundwater data is available for the public.
Yes.
So we need to do the same exercise for the other provinces, but who will do these things for the capacity building of these provinces? So I think there must be some organization, because we have all working provinces in isolation. This also creating the mistrust among the provinces. So we need to have develop an organization like USGS, which is have the data set of all the provinces in the US. So we need to develop such an organization, and IMI can play a very vital role in this regard for collaborating with different departments and creating the centralized data system to where all the provinces can feed their data to that organization and everybody can avail this organization. So I have the question with Betty Saab. So is there any efforts have been made for development of such a data center system in the past? Because I learned that a few years back, there has been efforts made for developing such organization, but it failed. I don't know what is the reason, but it knows well.
Really, being an old person, I don't remember. Was it under WCAP, sir, you mentioned?
No, it is not under it is under the IRSA.
Under the IRSA. Because I was team leader WCAP, so I was not directly involved with IRSA, but I did help in, for example, developing HR, particularly your research institute, which has a very, very precious equipment lying in there, and I arranged through Center of Excellence a training for them on, and with ISA, actually, I'm not aware that they had any, because whatever the measurements actually they were undertaking, they were being challenged by one province or the other. So that was the risk. And they went, and I also witnessed with them, going with them to provinces and measuring, and what provinces was reporting, unfortunately, that was not true. So that's one concern which I showed, sir, Dr. that ISA mandate and authority is somehow not being recognized or implemented. And I believe what you say, sir, it is in their mandate, but my knowledge is about 2-3 years old, but at that time it was not being implemented because of the little bit mistrust which was existing between particularly Punjab, Sindh, Balochistan.
Okay, that's because of mistrust, as mistrust is everywhere, Anna. So, well, I think I'm going towards your question as well, and this will be maybe the last question. But I guess that regarding the capacity building and instrumentation, I think I will, at the end of this discussion, I would like to request Dr. Mohsen Hafiz Saab, and he will, comment on it, because I have an idea that IMI is now extensively working on getting these gadgets and these instruments for mapping these groundwater as well as evapotranspiration and other things. So he will actually brief on that. So Hafiz Saab.
Thank you, sir. My name is Hafiz Kaisari. As you know, I'm from Punjab Agriculture Department, Non-Farm Water Management. I have questions to Dr. Jiro. So as you know, you have a lot of international experience, and for the last 1 year, I think you have been working here in Pakistan, and we are trying to develop water accounting under the GCF project. So based on your international experience and the work you have done so far in under the GCF projects, can you briefly share some of the real challenges you are facing in terms of data sets and in terms of integrating the water accounting systems up to the farm level? So you know we are working in the GCF projects. So can you briefly share the experience so far you have gained from the under the GCF project? Because we know this is the first time effort we are going to make for the water accounting and budgeting system in Pakistan.
ठीक है also. Dr. Chavez, have you got the question? Have you?
No, I think
Dr. Ojiru, okay, okay.
All right, thank you very much, Tafis, for your question. Yep. So looking at the other Middle Eastern countries, water accounting cases, it's not particularly difficult to do water, farm level water accounting, or even at different scales. As far as you are choosing the right tools and right group of people, I think it's very feasible to do water accounting. The challenge I expect to face is again the data and also trust issues of the outputs. So in our GCF funded project of FAO, we are doing capacity building and water accounting at the same time. We invite participants to the training from different organizations and make them form a team and then do the water accounting together so that both agriculture sector, water sector, universities, they provide inputs to water accounting so that the results will be trusted and gained. But data sharing always takes time between ministries and departments. Sometimes releasing data may not be easy. So that I'm hoping that this team formation will expedite this data sharing. So I would say, okay, two expected big challenges, okay, the speed of data sharing, one, and then two, the results, trust in the results of the outputs. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you very much. More questions can be, you can discuss during the tea session over here. And now I would like to request Dr. Mohsen Hafiz Saab, is heading International Water Management Institute over here at Lahore. So for his closing remarks and all those questions that were regarding the capacity building, instruments, and all those things. Sir, Dr. Mohsen Hafiz Saab.
Thank you, Professor Chima. Just a few of the fundamental things. Okay, if you cannot measure the water, you will not be able to manage it. That's the first thing. We need to consider the water as a resource. That includes surface water, that also includes the groundwater and rainwater. Once we have the accounting, or at least the information about all these three sources of water, then we are able to have a better planning. And we should not be only focusing on the water for agriculture, but water for multiple sectors. And Jiro basically raised a very important question on that one, how we will get the trust about when we are doing that, the water accounting. I may have a 20 water accounting models that I could run it and produce it, but how will get the stakeholder trust for everything? I will give an example from Australia and China, that the two experiences. Okay, in Australia in 2007, the Prime Minister asked the government agency, it was a millennium drought, and he asked three fundamental questions. How much water is available? What's our usage and what's our demand? And there was a 38 answers back to the federal government, and each department numbers are contradicting one to the other. Then they said, okay, what we need to do, we need to standardize that the water. First thing is water data set. When we are saying for flow, what exactly the unit we are measuring it? Is it cubic meter per second? Is it what are the units there? What's the accuracy there? If we are using a particular instrument on that one, what will be accurate? So first thing we were asked by the Australian government, I was working for CSIRO, can we develop a standards for the water data, for flow monitoring and everything when we are talking about? So we developed that kind of consensus of the methodology for the hotspot assessment of what are the different ways when we are talking about seepage, when we are talking about evaporation, what are the bare minimum things, what are the optimum thing where we have all the latest state-of-the-art instrumentation. And that was done in consultation with all the 4 or 5 states. We went to each of the states and have a series of consultation and everything. So that's the first thing. Then later on water accounting, once we agree, again on the water accounting, there was a team was composed by all the states and everything, all the key stakeholders, and then they get a consensus on that. This is a water accounting. When people are reporting it, then there is a consensus. This is water accounting, which will be accepted by Punjab, Sindh, Balochistan and all that one. That could vary in terms of time and data and everything, but at least we could go for the basic thing. In the context of Pakistan, and this is a similar experience in China. In the context of Pakistan, we need to have a first thing is when we are talking about the data to overcome the trust, we need to know what are the basic data measurement way, which way we are monitoring it. That second thing is we need to develop a water accounting standards and saying what are the water accounting standards and how that will be accepted for multiple sectors, that will be accepted by all the 4 provinces as well as federal government. We are working with the Ministry of Water Sources and Climate Change to develop the water accounting standards for Pakistan, and that will be applied and tested in Punjab, but also going to apply in Balochistan. So we already had a discussion with Jiro about that, how we could join the forces to develop the standards and everything. Second thing is coming about the instrumentation. Yes, we need to have the instrumentation. Professor Jose Chavez mentioned about that, the state-of-the-art instrumentation. When we are talking about any water act, whether KP or Punjab, they are saying clearly we need to account for surface water. Surface water, Punjab is excellent. But what about the groundwater? There we are trying to bring some of the state-of-the-art CTT divers, installing it. I'm aware of that one. FA is also trying to bring it. And that's the sort of thing, the data sharing and that kind of thing, at least when we are deploying the instrument in that standard there. IMI is also installing to go for 4 eddy covariance flux towers in 4 different parts of Punjab. And I'm aware that the FAO is also doing certain things in that area, how we could combine the forces and everything there together. The other bigger question came about the institutional arrangement. Who will be the institutional? Ideally, water has a lot of politics. The provinces have their own interests and everything is there, but we need to look around that one. What we could do, which is a national institute who could do a planning. Ideally, that's the mandate of the Water Sources Ministry. They should have the right wing who is doing that one, monitoring and then doing it, everything. I will say we talked a lot about the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, IRSA, and then IRSA could be converted, but I think there are also failures in the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. What they did, they basically, Murray-Darling Basin Authority was introduced and established for system-level planning. But in terms of number crunching, if you give the task to them, that will create a problem, that the conflict of interest and everything, because they want to IWHR, Institute of Water and Hydraulic Research, that's they are doing it. In the context of Pakistan, if I see there is any institute that could be PCRWR, that could provide within the government corridor. Obviously, IMI as a scientific institute, we are happy to help whatever we can do, contribute and everything there and have a hand-holding and working around that one. Last point about the instrumentation. I think instrumentation is important to be remote sensing data wherever you apply it. It's garbage in, garbage output if you will not validate on the ground. So you need to have a validation. And again, that kind of data sharing arrangement, how that could be done, that could be worked around. And ultimately, in the country, if you talk about water apportionment accord, then the last output on water source assessment was done in 1991. We don't have a long-term water source assessment availability and everything. So we need to have a better system. And that will only happen if you're working around as a collaborator. No institutes alone could solve the problem, and that needs a collaborative effort from academia, from the institute, and as well as with the ownership of the government institute, federal and provincial level. Thank you, everyone. Back to you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much, our panelists. Have a good... And thank you very much, Professor Chavez, for your nice presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alji. If you have some discussion points, then you can actually do it afterwards. Thank you.
Good, 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 good.
Stuck in this part of the world, we're not able to travel east. Too difficult.
All right.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but I think now the restrictions are over and everyone will start to travel again. I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's hope.
I went to ADB a couple of months ago.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Met Tom and everyone.
Okay,
Meet,
no, I've
Tom.
not been able to go yet.
No, I went to close my stuff. It's a private trip.
Oh, yeah. That's,
Yeah. It's because I when the pandemic broke, I just left everything and came to
okay.
Sydney.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was indeed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Let me see if I can share my screen.
I think they had to give you permission,
Yes.
but looks like no one has come, huh? Looks like others have not come yet. I can see Sarfraz and yeah, which is a good sign.
Now it works.
Hi, Mr. Pratapar, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Okay. And Mr. Beek, can you hear us as well?
Yes.
Are we
I
loud
can
and
hear
clear?
you.
If there is any chattering, you can tell us.
Okay, now that is fine.
All good, all good.
Are we good? So we're starting in a bit.
Yeah.
Topper, can you hear me? Or can you see me? I can't actually see what, I'm not sure what they, Oh, okay, now it's Elko, Pratapar, good afternoon.
Hi, Nathan, how are you?
Or, yes, good morning, I should say. Everything okay on your end in terms of sharing slides? That's all been organized, I assume?
I guess so. I can see. Do you see my slide now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shall I try to, or should I just wait?
Why not, if you
Let me
prefer?
try.
Yeah, I think you said you preferred
Yeah,
to
let's try it.
share.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
I can see your desktop. Yes.
How about the slide?
No slide, just your desktop. Okay, there, yes. Yeah. Maybe you can maximize it just to confirm?
Yeah.
Okay, can you do it, can you take it off presenter view? I think once you put it back on, hit F5 again, and then
Right.
and then there should be a button there below. If you hit the options, Oh, on the top there, display settings.
Display settings. Oh. Is it in PowerPoint you're saying there then?
Top left, top left. It says display settings. Oh, one over. One to the right.
Start video.
Yeah, above. There.
Participants.
Just push your cursor up a little and you'll see it. Can you see it?
No.
Can you see? There you go. Yeah, that's working. Yeah. Okay.
It's working now? Okay. So
Yeah. If you.
now you can take over, Elko.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, but we still have to open first.
Yeah. So Elko, you go first, and Topper, I have you next, and then oh no, Vakar, I have you next. It's okay.
Second and
then
third.
you'll go
Yes.
third, Pratapper, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yes, if you just give me one moment.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you can come to the front, we would like to resume the session. Slowly we are about to start, so if you could be so kind and join us to the front, especially the colleagues that are wrapping up their coffees, please grab another cup and join us here in session number 4, please.
20 pieces of paper.
Okay, camera teams are okay? You ready? Good to go? All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Now we're about to start session number 4 of this journey on climate resilient pathways, adaptation, mitigation, and sustainable development for a secure Pakistan. We have now had 3 sessions, one basically looking at the major issues of climate change impacts on water resources. Then we had our second session yesterday on groundwater management. We just had the session on environmental flows. And going down this journey, now we have a very interesting session on improved water governance in the context of climate change. So for this specific session, we have the pleasure to have Dr. Nathan Reeve from the Asian Development Bank, Water Resources Specialist, as our moderator. Dr. Reeve, he's Senior Climate Change expert with experience in Central and West Asia Regional Department. He has worked on climate change policy, economic
water governance specialist with IWMI. And let me say that first starting the government of Pakistan have the national water policy in 2018. The policy has a set of the principles and then the strategic priorities. And at the same time, policy has asked that there is a need for each province to develop their own provincial water acts and see making a progress to have a more sustainable water sources management that includes surface water, groundwater, and rainwater. So that we should prioritize how much is water available and what we are using the water to meet the needs for all sectors, not only for agriculture, but also for domestic, industrial, environment, and everything. So looking around the complete picture. The ministry has started a work on developing the framework and then the implementation roadmap. And obviously not all the achievement has been done what was set up against the target, but few of the remarkable achievements are that. One was about having additional 10 million acre foot of water, so that's a new 2 dams are being built. That's where the solid progress. There are the other, in other objectives, principle, there is a progress there. And that progress is, I mean, in some way there is really good framework, progress there, but somewhere there is a lack of progress there. And the similar thing, if you're looking around the provinces wise, then the Punjab has developed the first Punjab Water Act 2019, and then they established the Water Sources Commission and Water Services Regulatory Authority, and then the matter went into the court, and then the thing stopped. The KP also introduced that the KP Water Act in 2020, and then that's being implemented, but still progress. Some is done, some is not yet done. Sindh started journey, and Balochistan is also working on the same pathways, how that could be developed in the future to overcome the water, better management of water sources. So today we'll be listening in this session where we are in terms of the national water policy, what are the frameworks, how much is we have implemented when we are talking about development of a strategic roadmap and implementation framework. I am aware that the ministry since November 2021 has made a more solid progress, and they developed implementation framework and everything, and later on in July there was a national level policy workshop, water policy workshop looking around the governance aspect, the water sources development and water sources management and conservation. So, and that progress is being ongoing. So will be exploring what we have done it, what are the outstanding things, and how we could develop a more robust framework and see if there are some drawbacks, how we could improve it as a collectively to have a better water sources management. So I will be first requesting Farmer Secretary Dr. Ashfaq Mahmood Sahab to come and provide opening remarks. Ashfaq sir. And let me give you the quick introduction of Ashfaq Mahmood Sahab. He is the Farmer Secretary of many government departments, including the Water and Power, and he played a very significant role in the development of national water policy and the long journey which took it. The work started in 2003-04, but the policy was implemented in 2018, was approved in 2018. So Ashfaq Sahab has a long history of that one. About the national water policy, and then what should be the Pakistan doing it in future, and where we are standing at the moment. So Ashfaq sir, I will be requesting you if you could provide opening remarks.
Thank you, Mohsin Sahab. It's a great opportunity to share some of my thoughts which are current after reviewing the preparation of the national water policy and its current status. First of all, as I know, all the experts know that Pakistan is a water scarce country, and it is on the cards that the climate change is posing new threats and new dimensions to the availability of water in future. So the challenge for Pakistan for developing water and using it in the most appropriate manner are actually increasing every day. As rightly pointed out, that it took a long time to make a national water policy for the whole country. But thanks God that in 2018 we finally made a policy which was concurred by all the provinces, was approved by the Council of Common Interest. And on top of that, there was a water charter which was signed by all the chief ministers of the 4 provinces, which was very reassuring that after a long journey, there was a consensus and full understanding of the importance of water and having a pathway in order to develop water. Now, if I go to the elements of the water policy, one can always say that it should be written in this form or it should have all these new elements in it. But it was, by and large, quite a comprehensive policy which dealt with resources, with climate effects, with efficiency of use, with distribution of water, creation of more storages, efficiency improvements, telemetry, and so on and so forth. Now, coming from a different perspective, what I notice and which I had been noticing in many years of my service, that many a times we make very good plans, and I come from Planning Commission basically, and I have seen making many, many plans, but at times the plans are put in the shelves and are not fully implemented. So my concern as of today is that when we have a policy and we have laid down our future course of action, there has to be a very concerted effort to implement the policy. There has been mixed success. There are successes like new dams, and some other, some provinces have already done improvements in their conduct of business in terms of water management and water use in irrigation, in agriculture sector. But there's a lot to be done. When I look at the structure of the monitoring and evaluation, I have some concerns. Of course, there is an overarching council of which looks after, which is supposed to look after the implementation of water policy, but it is such a high-level composition of the council that it takes really 1 or 2 meetings on a year, on an average of a year. A more precise and more proactive and down-to-earth institution is with the Ministry of Water Resources, which had to meet regularly and in order to ensure that the monitoring and implementation of the policy is done well on time. I do not know exactly where they stand, but I think they need to be more proactive, and they need to improve the implementation of the policy so that the benefits of what the professionals and the politicians had concurred is on the ground. There are actions being taken such as Water Acts and so on, and how to implement policy, but I think we need to come out from the bureaucratic process to the down-to-earth monitoring of what's happening, because water ultimately is a subject, downstream barrages for the provinces. And we need to have some sort of a collaborative arrangement where every month we might meet and look at the targets set in the policy and ask each other as to where do we stand. It can be a regularized process where the process can yield into report which can be fed to the higher body of the commission. Now, in that sense, it is a reminder every month as to where do we stand, what are we doing. So what I'm trying to say is that there should be a table which says this is the target and this is what we have achieved and this is where we stand. It includes actions such as legal actions, such as preparations of the acts and standards and other documents, but at the same time what is being done in the field. Now, this should not be taken as occupying the authority by the Ministry of Water, but in fact seen as a coordinating role in the best interest of what the chief ministers and what the CCI had decided. So if the leadership is provided and the provinces cooperate, then we can make a lot of success. Similarly, we need to involve other institutions like related to the climate change, so that there's a coherent understanding and a coherent monitoring. So without monitoring, the policy may not yield what we have decided, and the real benefits may be only partial. So with that I conclude my remarks by saying that a policy is important, it is there, but we should also concentrate on its monitoring and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishfaq sir. I mean, you are absolutely, correct that there are so many policies, but how these policies are working and how we could bring a more consistency and complementary output from one to the other one, how we could have a bit more coordinated effort in those policy, looking around that climate policy talks a lot on water, food security policy talks a lot, but then there is this kind of synchronization and how the ministry is interacting with the other ministries as key stakeholders, and what are the synergies between the water policy along with the climate change and as well as on the food security. With this one, I will be moving to the next is inviting Syed Meher Ali Shah Sahab, who is Joint Secretary, Ministry of Water Sources. He is also the Indus Basin Commissioner. And Meher Ali Shah Sahab is looking after the national water policy. I want to hear some of the key, he's a keynote speaker, want to hear his thoughts, what progress we have made it, what are the pitfalls, what things we need to be a bit more cautious, and how we could work around on the policy implementation. Over to you, Shah Sahab.
Thank you, Dr. Mohsin Hafiz, and thank you, Ishfaq Sahab, for your opening remarks and the candid views about the national water policy and particularly its implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. So it is a privilege to deliver a keynote address in the Pakistan Water Week thematic session concerning the national water policy. As we are aware that in Pakistan, if we see, even before the national water policy was promulgated, the case was that a lot was being done in terms of the development of most important infrastructure in the water sector, as well as the management of water resources in the form of the canal network and then on-farm activities. But still, a need was felt at that time that there was perhaps a strategic gap in terms of having an initial perspective of the integrated system in terms of its development, management, and operation. So keeping that requirement in view, it was felt that so there has to be a coherent policy which should take into account the overall water sector at the federal level, which must be recognized and approved by all the federating units. So for that purpose, so as you all know, that water in Pakistani constitutional system is a devolved subject since erstwhile. So when the then Ministry of Water and Power approached the Ministry of Law and Justice to formulate the policy for the water sector, so the advice of the Law and Justice Division was that in the federal legislative list of the Constitution of Pakistan, there is no such thing like the national water policy. However, if the Ministry of Water and Power at the federal government level wants to prepare and promulgate a policy, it can do it in consultation with the provinces. So that basic approach was followed, and several consultative sessions were held with the provinces, and eventually a national water policy was prepared, and that was approved with the consensus of all the federating units. In this regard, I would like to share that when this policy was approved, so it was felt that water remains always a contentious issue, because benefit of one province may not necessarily be the benefit of the other province, or perhaps it may be considered as a detriment for the other province, particularly the downstream riparian. So in this regard, the implementation of the policy was entrusted to a body that was called a National Water Council, that was headed by the Prime Minister and comprising all the 4 chief ministers of the 4 federating units. And also the membership was also extended, unlike Council of Common Interest, to the Prime Minister of Azad Jammu and Kashmir and the Chief Minister of the Gilgit-Baltistan, so that the special areas must also have the presence at the forum where the decisions surrounding the water sector would be made. So in this regard, at that time, the National Water Council was formed, and the National Water Council was provided a support by a second-tier body that was called the Steering Committee of the National Water Policy. And the Steering Committee was, composed, headed by the concerned Minister for Water Resources and comprising the operational level functionaries of the federal and the provincial governments. So far, one meeting of the National Water Council since 2018 has been held, followed by 3 meetings of the Steering Committee of the National Water Policy. In the last meeting of the Steering Committee of the National Water Policy, a stock-taking exercise was carried out, and it was presented along with an implementation framework to implement the National Water Policy, and specifically the strategic targets which were set in the National Water Policy, which included, as Dr. Mohsen Hafiz has already mentioned, to develop by the year 2030 the water storages equivalent to 10 million acre-feet in the form of large, medium and small dams all across the country, to reduce the conveyance loss at least by 1/3 of its present form, and to leverage the technology to institute a transparent monitoring system in the form of the telemetry, which can make sure that the water which is being distributed among the provinces is as per the Water Apportionment Accord and is being distributed in a transparent manner. And then there was another target of preparation of a unified database, which can be placed or which can be housed in the Ministry of Water Resources for the benefit of all the stakeholders, and there should be a consensus when it comes to the data for long-term planning. So keeping in view the strategic targets of the National Water Policy, and implementation framework was prepared. The flagship of the implementation framework was to carry out a multidisciplinary study for the purposes of doing a strategic assessment of the Indus Basin. Presently, a lot of activities are being done in the Indus Basin in terms of water sector development. But when one sees or one examines or scrutinizes that how good or bad are these interventions in terms of achieving some tangible long-term goals which can lead to achieving the overall country's economic development goals. So one can always find himself at a loss that despite construction of the small and medium dams, despite construction of canals and drainage networks, despite employing the Abiana or water charges at different level, still it does not demonstrate that all these efforts would consolidate and would lead the country to achieve its larger economic development goals. So in order to address this issue, the implementation framework provided or presented to the steering committee to carry out an Indus Basin strategic assessment, which will be a multidisciplinary effort in cooperation with the leading national and regional level research institutions like IWMI, like the state institutions like PCRWR and the other irrigation departments. The rationale of this assessment is to fill a crucial knowledge gap to provide an initial integrated system perspective on major water resources planning issues which are being faced by the Indus Basin today. In this regard, the strategic basin assessment has been planned to include some of the most important infrastructure options that have been proposed for the future development. And this assessment would also include to develop a set of hydrological and economic models by using the latest data and the modern tools, so that these tools can provide an assessment of the impacts of various interventions, various interventions which happened in past and which are planned for future, to assess the impact on the flooding, on the hydropower benefits, on irrigation, on low flows, like the flows which are required for environmental purposes, on the water quality. And this flagship, intervention has been assigned in the implementation framework to the Ministry of Water Resources. So we are in a process of developing its terms of reference in order to procure the expert consultancies. Similarly, so there are a host of activities which have been identified in the implementation framework to be carried out by the provinces in terms of achieving the strategic goals which have been set in the National Water Policy. You can find the implementation framework on the website of IWMI. I will provide it to Dr. Mohsen Hafiz for the benefit of also who are participating or who could not participate, the Pakistan Water Week. Another thing which I want to share is that the implementation framework has been approved by the Steering Committee of National Water Policy, and that approval has been considered as the approval of the National Water Council, owed to its direction given in its first meeting by the Council that if anything requires the attention of the principals at the level of National Water Council, that should be brought to the National Water Council. Otherwise, they empowered the Steering Committee to accord approval. So since all the representative of the federating units who are present in the Steering Committee at the operational level were in consensus, therefore the implementation framework was considered as approved, and that approval has been considered as the approval of the National Water Council. So presently we are in a process of implementation of the activities of implementation framework. The other thing is that recently the Ministry of Water Resources, in collaboration with PCRWR and IWMI, has prepared a draft water conservation strategy in which again several actions have been enlisted, and the roles have been defined along with the indicative timeline and the financing. So that is also available on the website of the Ministry of Water Resources and will also be made available for the benefit of participants of the Pakistan Water Week. So with this, I stop here as long as this keynote address is concerned, particularly over the National Water Policy. And I am here with you until 12:30. So until then, if there are any questions, so I will be glad to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Shahzab. Just looking at this, the other participant, and also we'll move on. And Shahzab is here till 12:30. I see we will have a questions later on with Shahzab, but I will just invite now the panelists to also come on the stage. And I will be requesting first is that the Abdul Fateh Sahab, Secretary Irrigation, Government of Balochistan. Sir, please come. And over the last 2 years, several interactions with Fateh Sahab, and he's very keen basically how that the irrigation department in Balochistan could be transformed. And they are doing a lot of activities, and especially in the recent floods, that they have many of these structures have been damaged. We'll be hearing from them, and also they have recently, I think in September, there was a consultation workshop at the Balochistan level about the Balochistan water policy at the Balochistan Water Act. We'll be hearing from him. Now I'll be requesting the next is Dr. Javed Sahab, who is representing that the Irrigation Department, Government of Punjab. He's the Director for Strategic Policy Reform Unit. And we'll be hearing Dr. Javed Sahab is by profession groundwater, but he is a part of the Strategic Policy Reform Unit who is for implementing that the water sources, who is the arm of the Water Sources Commission, and as well as also on the Water Subsidy Regulatory Authority. And as a director, he is working with the the DG of the acting DG of the Water Sources Commission and Water Subsidy Regulatory Authority. Welcome, Javed sir. Now I'll be inviting that the next is Professor Rasul Mahir sir from the Balochistan. From the Sindh. He is a professor from Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, and we'll be hearing from him about his point of view on how the progress has been made in the Sindh context, and we'll be also inviting Mr. Hina Lotief, who is a freelance the consultant water expert. Hina. Yeah, we can. And lastly, we'll be also inviting Zubair Sab, who is representing that the government of KP. He's from the agriculture department. Unfortunately, no one from the irrigation department is able to represent today from the KP government, so we requested him and he's kind enough to join. Okay, so starting with that one, I would like to hear first from Fateh Saab about what progress has been made in part of the Balochistan, and considering the Shastab availability and everything, I would like to say that first round of is around only 4 minutes. Provide that the progress what Balochistan has been made, what Balochistan has made the progress in terms of developing the policy or the act, what are the challenges, what kind of support you needed from the federal, and how the policy or the act which you are being to develop it, how that will be complementing the national water policy.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Dr. Saab, for inviting this August forum. Regarding provincial water policy, firstly, it was the province of Balochistan that formulated in the water policy in 2006. And now we are in the process of updating it with the help of donors, Asian Bank, and a lot of meetings, deliberations, seminars have been conducted in Balochistan as investigation in the national water policy. So we are very near to complete it. Within maybe 1 month we will complete it. Our all working, and we'll take it to the cabinet and to the government.
Okay, thank you. And how that policy will be, that supporting or then for the implementation of national water policy, because the national water policy has given a clear instruction. The provinces also need to establish a groundwater agency or the regulatory authority, and as well as also on the complete monitoring system. So I just want to see hearing from you about how the linkages with the national water policy, and especially when before the policy is being implemented, is there kind of consultation with the Ministry of Water Sources, or what sort of the interactions are with the other entities?
Of course, guidelines were from the national water policy. We are following them. But basically, our forum was, against the establishing of a separate entity for water policy, because only framing formality, doing nothing, just like at national level we have. So we have confined to it our level, maximum P&D level, and our stakeholders, so that it's workable. If we take it to the higher forums, there are no results for that purpose at CM level or something, because they are politically engaged, some other. So we have confined it to our own level, and inshallah we will complete.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, really providing the insight on the practicality and then how that policy could be supported. Now, just let's going into the Punjab, Dr. Javed. In Punjab, then the Punjab Water Act and later on the Water Sources Commission has been formulated, which is chaired by the Chief Minister, and then there is a Water Services Regulatory Authority, which is chaired by the Chief Secretary. Javed sir, I want to hear from your view that one, whether developing is, that's chaired by the Chief Minister and also chaired by the Chief Secretary, how practically that has worked, and then what kind of challenges you guys are having it, and how that's, what are the outcomes of the last couple of the meeting which has been happened for the Water Sources Commission and Water Services Regulatory Authority?
Thank you, Mohsen sir. Basically, just I will take from the discussion of Meher Ali Shah Sahab that when National Water Policy was approved, it was all the 4 provinces which were there to support the federal government for the approval of National Water Policy. And as you mentioned, that the policy directs the provinces to develop their own policies, their legislation with respect to water, their groundwater institutions. Accordingly, it was April 2018 when National Water Policy was approved, and it was December 2018 when Punjab Water Policy was approved. And accordingly, in line with Punjab Water Policy, it was the Punjab Water Act which was approved in December 2019. In the Punjab Water Act, third development is that with respect to groundwater management, the Punjab has established a new zone, we call it Water Sources Zone, which is a provincial zone responsible for groundwater monitoring and management at the provincial level. When you ask about the development of institutions, as per Act, there is a Water Source Commission and Water Services Regulatory Authority. In Water Source Commission, it is headed by the Chief Minister of Punjab, which is chairperson, and then there is a co-chairperson in the Act, that is the Minister for Irrigation. In authority, there is a Chief Secretary, there is no co-chairperson, but as you regard about the availability and the meetings, there were 2 meetings of the Water Source Commission and 2 meetings of the Water Services Regulatory Authority. Both the meetings of the commissions were chaired by the Minister for Irrigation, but these meetings were chaired by the Minister for Irrigation on the recommendation of Chief Minister of Punjab. The agenda for the commission meetings were approved by the Chief Minister of Punjab, and even the minutes of the meeting, the approvals of the commission were further endorsed by the Chief Minister of Punjab. So it is the Chief Minister of Punjab which is on board in the present, if it is present in a meeting, and if it is not present in a meeting. In the Act, it is written that the minutes of the meetings of the commission, even if it is chaired by the co-chairperson, will be approved by the Chief Minister of Punjab. Similarly, two meetings were held of the Water Services Regulatory Authority, and both the meetings were chaired by the Chief Secretary himself. It is further, I am going to highlight that in the Water Services Regulatory Authority, all the secretaries were physically present in both the meetings. Even there was no rep of any secretary in the Water Services Regulatory Authority. And all the approvals which were given in the Water Services Regulatory Authority were approved by the Water Sources Commission. But just to highlight your viewpoint that it was the High Court, basically the Commission and the Services Regulatory Authority, there is no stay on the working of these Commission and authorities. Basically, to strengthen these Commission and Water Services Regulatory Authority, there was institutional development. We are going to create directed journal setup for the Commission as well as for the authority. We approved the posts for the Commission and authority for the Cabinet from Punjab government, and the service rules were approved, and these were advertised in the newspaper, and the recruitment process has been started by the High Court, but the Commission and authority, with the limited resources, they are working. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned about that one, the Water Sources Commission chaired by the Chief Minister. I mean, yes, that need to be Chief Minister would approve it. But to me, if I look around the other neighboring countries, example, or any developed country, normally it's not so heavy at the top. Normally the irrigation, giving the examples of China or in India, and it will not be going to that higher level. It will be at somewhere in between, so where technically the thing could be managed, and then the things are going. Do you think, is it really functioning very well? And the same question I will be asking Shah Sahab. The National Water Council is convened, chaired by the Prime Minister, but over the last 4.5 years, there is only one single meeting. That meeting happened in 2018, and after that one, there is no real formulation of, the National Water Council has not convened after that one. So what we could do differently?
First, I should respond. Yeah. Next, basically, why your question is it should be headed by the Chief Minister or some lower tier, basically keeping in view the socio-political setup of here in Punjab as well as similar in the federal government, because the water is not a domain of one department. There are 6 departments at provincial level which are stakeholders of the water sector. If it is chaired by any Minister of Irrigation or some other minister, there is an issue of ownership of the decisions of the Commission. If it is headed by, even just take the example, we are going to cut water for drinking purpose from the canals or from the irrigation sector. It is not the Minister of Irrigation or Secretary of Irrigation which should have the authority to take water from the canal and give to some other departments for drinking purpose. So that's why I agree that it should be headed by the Chief Minister of Punjab. And your question is their availability. I think if there is commitment with the political government to have a meeting on the 2 or 3 meetings in a year is not a difficult job for the Chief Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. It is, a perpetual debate. One can always argue for and against the composition that it should be, so heavyweights at the top or not having heavyweights at the top. I just want to share the perspective or the rationale of constitution of the National Water Council with the composition which we have had right now in the form of National Water Policy was that it was felt that there is a need of coherence between, among the 3 main pillars. The first one is the engineering or the hardcore science, and then the policy and the law. So the science part was felt to be covered by the government functionaries, particularly the technical departments like Irrigation Department, WAPDA, and all the technocrats who are working in the sector. And the policy side was considered to be dealt with by the bureaucracy, the civil administration, including the federal and the provincial bureaucracy. And the legal or law side or the legislation side was considered to be covered by the lawmakers, like the legislators. And then it was thought that the composition of the supreme body of the National Water Policy should be in such a manner that the legislators should be, given in the leadership role, so that, as my friend from Punjab Irrigation has said, that the decisions which are made by the political leadership would have a stronger ownership as compared to those which are at the operational or the functional level. But having said that, one can always turn around and ask that perhaps because of such a composition, it has become in itself an impediment to convene meetings because of several commitments of the political leadership, and perhaps they could not find time for convening the meetings of the National Water Council. But then there is another perspective. We should have something to bring before the National Water Council to tell them in first instance that this is the status of implementation of the policy, and then these are the future steps which have been agreed upon by all the stakeholders at the operational level. Now, when it comes to compliance of these 2 major aspects, the Ministry of Water Resources, as we all know, we cannot issue directions to the provinces because of the autonomy the federating units enjoy, and water again is a devolved subject. But the Ministry of Water Resources at the highest level have been asking time and again to the provinces. You also remained involved in that exercise. We prepared templates, we consulted at the highest level of the provincial departments to stock take that, for example, if the federal government has to ascertain and put before the National Water Council that this much has been done in terms of achieving the strategic target of reduction of conveyance loss by 1/3 by the year 2030. So we need some data, some evidence-based, information. When it comes to this, if I can share candidly, the response from the provincial departments, concerned departments of the provinces is not up to that mark. We try to facilitate them by requesting IWMI to pitch in using their technical, inputs and expertise, and we prepare templates which are very specific in nature. So we are still in a process. But the one thing which I can share is that despite the fact that National Water Council has met only once, the National Water Council in its first meeting has entrusted, a bigger role to the steering committee by saying so that if there is anything on which there is as such no contention amongst the federating units, so those can be approved at the level of steering committee, and that approval will be considered as the approval of the National Water Council. So practically National Water Council has enabled the steering committee to take, big decisions so on which all the federating units are in consensus. And the outcome of that is that we have been able to have the implementation framework of the policy approved, and that is now in place, and we are working in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Shah Sahab, and thank you, Dr. Javed, for sharing your thoughts. Yeah, I mean, we are, as long as that the institutions, the National Water Council or the Water Sources Commission are functional and providing that the output what has been agreed that 2 or 3 meetings in a year, that's the important thing. Then whatever the structure or the composition, that's a debatable, and then let's not go into that one. But thank you, Shah Sahab, for providing the input and really providing the rationale why that was formulated. And now if there is a steering council has been formulated, steering council mandate is to meet once every 6 months. What's the steering council mandate to work?
Steering committee, according to the National Water Policy, has to meet biannually, at least, but it can meet more frequently. As I shared that, so we are in a process of stock taking, and we expect that once this is done, so we can go back to the steering committee and have the important decisions from the committee.
Thank you. Now just moving to Hina. That Hina, as a water expert working in Pakistan, what do you think that what more can be done to ensure that this policy convert into practice? What are your observations?
When you look at the water policy, it mentions targets like, it was mentioned earlier as well. It talks about water coastlining, it talks about increasing storage, and also about monitoring frameworks. I think what needs to be done is, to look at water as a resource and as and not as a political issue, and then implement, the water policy objectives, in different provinces. The policy provides a broader framework. It provides a broader guidance in the sense of provinces to, develop their own policies and acts and issues. But I think it's the responsibility of the provinces, to develop their own policies and then work towards it. I think many pilot projects have happened, in different provinces on different targets, which have been mentioned. But it's the question about scaling up those pilots, to a larger provincial-wide level, and, have a number, which we can provide, to Ministry of Water Resources to convene the National Water Council meeting. So it's also about, scaling and debating the results as well, that, what works and what does not work and how do we move forward. The other is also about a question about the finances and also about the fiscal space which is available to implement those targets. It's also about prioritizing within the province that what's more important as opposed to many other thematic areas or issues, that are faced in relevant provinces. Just to give you an example, when you talk about operation and maintenance budget in different provinces, you see that, a minuscule amount is kept for looking at, these upgradations or looking at maintaining these investments or infrastructure which has been made, already in the provinces. So it's about prioritizing in the sense, you can develop more resources, you develop more infrastructure. It's also about prioritizing the existing ones and making sure that you have enough O&M budget, to undertake, those results. So I would say that, the policy should not be victims of politics. It should be seen as a resource, and then, provinces should be able to implement those actions irrespective of what political party is in power. So these are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Hina, for sharing your insight. Yes, we need to consider the water as a source. One of the important point is on scaling up. We are doing a bit and pieces, but we are not considering the water as a resource in one of the areas. So once we consider the water as a source, and we have some information available, let's say take the example of Punjab is doing a great work on surface water flow monitoring. So they have a really good developed comprehensive system. What about the groundwater? What about that one, the rainwater? How we could have that kind of information collectively, and then that's telling us about the water availability, water usage, and water demand. And typically, if the information is available, that's only available for agriculture, but we need to consider water availability and water usage for all the sectors. That's also mentioned in the National Water Policy, and when we look into the Punjab Water Act, that is specifically specifying the water need to be available for multiple sectors. And how we could allocate on that one, if we don't know that kind of information. Scaling will only happen once we have comprehensive information. And again, linking back with the national policy where they're talking about a unified database, standardized database, that sort of information is also missing at the provincial level and as well as the national level in terms of coherence. Now let's move to the Sindh provinces. Although the irrigation department, there is no representation here, but I will just asking Professor Rasool Baksh Meher, who has been extensively involved with the Sindh government on the Sindh water policy. Meher Sahab, where we are standing in terms of Sindh for the Sindh Water Act or Sindh water policy?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohsin Hafiz Sahab, for inviting me to give reflection on Sindh water policy. First of all, I appreciate federal government and WAPDA and Ministry of Water Resources Management. They brought national water policy. And national water policy is really very comprehensive and addressing all the sectors following the IWRM principle. So as far as Sindh Sindh water policy is concerned, first workshop we held in our university, in our Center for Advanced Studies in Water, and as well as in NED University. A number of the consultative workshops have been held to discuss with the stakeholders and feedback they have got. And I think now final draft is ready, and that is to be get approval from the cabinet and then the assembly. So as far as the work is done, I think all the provinces, they are working already some of the component of the water policy, national water policy, like Sindh government have constructed around 64 groundwater recharge dam. So this is one of the conservation of water, as well as other some water ponds, rainwater harvesting ponds, also lining of the water courses, lining of the main canals. So as far as the data is concerned, I think his colleague is right that data is not available. But I think these huge mega construction always in our country we do with the bank's loan. So we can get easily data from bank that how much construction have been made, and that data is available because they don't hide, and they on the basis of progress they give the other budget. As you are very much right that we need to, before allocating to different sectors, some research studies are required to estimating the industrial demand, what is real domestic demand. In the Sindh, they are also planning to have a groundwater management sale. In Punjab, they have started, and I think DG Saab is there, he is looking the groundwater. And Sindh government is also making a one groundwater management separate unit in the irrigation department, as well as they have a one unit for the barrages, managing the barrages, and one they have a CDAS in the Irrigation and Drainage Authority. So they are working on that, and hopefully this year Sindh water policy will be approved.
Thank you, thank you, Sulbash Meher Sahab, for providing an overview about that and what progress has been made in Sindh. You mentioned about the IWRM. IWRM is a very fancy word which has been picked up in the National Water Policy, and it has been being mentioned in the Punjab and then KP. But in terms of real implementation of IWRM, it's not an easy task. It needs really the multi-sectoral collaboration, all the water, demand for that one, and it needs also involving of the society and everything. If you follow the IWRM principle, even in the developed countries, it took 15, 20 years and still not 100% functional on that one. How that will be, I mean, as a professor, my question is, IWRM, what do you think that one, will it work in the context of Sindh, or what are your thoughts on that one? It has been mentioned, it's a buzzword, the federal policy, all the provinces are using it, but how that will be working when we don't have the information? You mentioned that the bank will have the information, but we are not here talking about the operational information. That's where we need to have some information available with the state operational agencies or the federal entity who will be managing this data, and that data could be used as a catalyst for developing the implementation of IWRM.
Thank you. I think you have pointed out a very important thing, that real implementation of IWRM is not easy. And but as I said that we need to, because when you talk about the sectors, their requirement, like what is the ecology requirement, what is e-flows, how much e-flows is required, how much ecological demand, how much industrial demand, how much domestic demand, how much actual demand, how much Indus Delta. So all these requirements. So consultation of these before approval of the Sindh water policy, they are going with the people and asking them these things and getting feedback. But of course, implementation is not easy, and some real studies are required, and then we can come with some figure that this percentage is required. Presently, we have only two figures. We said we have a 7% for industrial and domestic demand, and 90 to 93% that is for the agriculture demand. But there is no ecological, no environmental flows, and other sectors all are missing. So there is a need to have some study and come up with some figures and allocate water for every stakeholder.
Thank you, Sulbash, for really highlighting that the need of the ecology and the environmental assessment. The Nexus Gains project, which is implemented by CGIR, where we had this morning session on environmental flow assessment and looking around that and what should be the environmental needs for the downstream of the Indus Delta and in different part of the Indus region. And that study could be useful, and then we will be happy to keen on further on that one, hearing your thoughts, but offline. Let's move to the KP province. Zubair Saab, my question is, in KP, which is on the upper part of all this, I mean, in the Indus Delta, and that gives a kind of benefit to that one. You are not facing the water scarcity like the other provinces in Balochistan and Sindh or Punjab are facing. So my question is, there is according to the water apportionment accord, there is a share of water utilization in KP. And are you guys utilizing the right share of the water available to the KP? And what are the other, to overcome the KP, I mean to develop the KP implementation of KP Water Act? If not, then what are the additional infrastructure you guys are developing it in part of KP?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohsen Hafiz Saab and Emmy, for giving me the opportunity to discuss about this very much important question. First of all, as Sir you mentioned, that we are not the water scarce province. We are, alhamdulillah, having so much huge resources, but the question is how to utilize and how to make the infrastructure for this. In the water apportionment card, we are having the 8.78 million acre feet, in which 5.87 million acre feet is from the Indus River, and 3 million acre feet is from the civil canals, are from the tributaries which we are getting in 3 different parts of the province. If we are dividing the province in 3 different zones, so one is the northern, southern, and the central. As we know that the northern is having so many precipitation, getting so many precipitation. The central part of the KP is surrounded by the various merged districts. They are also hilly areas, and we are also getting some transboundary water resources from the Afghanistan. And in the southern part, we are having the blessing of getting Rotkoi water, which is also called spate irrigation, the flood water adjacent to the Afghanistan and then the Central Asian Siberia. So DA Khan and DG Khan are getting this flood water. So what is the importance of utilization of this share? We are not utilizing about 20 to 25% of the share of our due share. It's being thrown to the sea without any utilization. So at this time, I will give an example of the due share utilization, its importance, and what the government is thinking for it to utilize this due share. First of all, I will give an example that the recent flood of August 2022. That how, if we are not utilizing the water resource which we are having our due share, so how it comes to the devastating phase. If we are thinking of my own project, which is the Gomalzam Dam Command Development Project. So the Gomalzam Dam project has completed its price more than 10 times. The government of Pakistan and the government of USA has invested more than $288 million on that. So during the recent flood, the dam stored about 1.1 million acre feet of water. Means if 1,140,000 acre of land is having a water of 1 foot, so it stored that. So if the dam would not be there, so God forbid the outskirts of Tang, the whole tehsil of Kolachi, and then the Dikhan, it would face, God forbid, more than 1 million human casualties. It saved the lives of 1 million people, and it facilitated more than 2 to 3 million people only of this dam. What was the phenomena due to which this Tang and Dikhan has confronted? There are different zams are flood rivers. One is Tang Zam, from where a flood of 120 cubics has hit the area, and the other is the Draban Zam, from where 70,000 cubics, and then a rainfall of more than 26 hours, so it caused a devastation in the area. So if the Tang Zam would be there, and if the Draban Zam would be there, so and our flood channels would be mitigated, would be rehabilitated. So flooding is a natural phenomena, so its mitigation is the main problem. So if we are constructing the dam, so we are not only conserving the water resource, we are also saving the area, the local areas and the local agricultural land. So what the government is planning for it? The Maman Dam is under the construction, the proposed, it will save about 1.2 million acre feet of water. So Tang Zam, Draban Zam, Sheikh Haidar Zam and Tang Zam, they are under the feasibility. The Tang Zam feasibility is with the NESPAC and so many other consultants. And the other is, the government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa under the agriculture department is working with more than 80 billion of the different project portfolios, in which Barani mini dams, small dams, water saving technologies like water courses, water harvesting structures throughout the province. So the government is seriously thinking, and the Ministry of Water Resources and Planning Commission is seriously and absolutely supporting the province. So this is the plan for utilizing this leftover portion in the province for the betterment of the agriculture and for the betterment of the national economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Now my next question is starting with the Punjab Irrigation Department. In the water apportionment accord, it's clearly defining that on the water availability or the water for the different provinces, but during the flood season, it's also mentioning that the additional amount of flood water could be harvested or could be utilized by any of the provinces against the amount of water. And then that means that the provinces could build small reservoirs, small structures, or the rainwater harvesting, and some of that one for storing. But every year, whenever the floods are happening, there is no structures at the local scale level which are able to store the harvesting the water. Taking the example of in the Sulman Ko area and other one, which is also Punjab first is that one, and also going to the Balochistan province there. And now my question is to all of especially to the, first starting with the Punjab Irrigation Department, about the amount of percentage for the excess water, what Punjab government is doing it to store that water at a small structure or something to prevent that the flood damages and everything.
Dr. The construction of small dam basically is the provincial subject. And presently, Irrigation Department has constructed 57 small dams that are in the Potwar areas. And keeping in view your discussion about the hill torrents, the department has started a detailed feasibility study regarding the feasibility that we can construct small dam for the hill torrent areas or some other intervention just to save the infrastructure and to conserve the water sources. But your question regarding the ICARD is not only distribute the river flows, but it also distribute the flood water. So distribution is as per ICARD, that is, I think, a different issue. That is, here we are already discussing the technical issue. To conserve the water, just to mention, to save the flood damages or to conserve the flood water, I think the flood water is a big amount of water. We can have a small storages from that water that is mostly concerned with the rainwater. Floods are most in the rivers, and the rivers having many millions acre of water which is going to the sea. So anyway, just my concern is that these provinces have the mandate to conserve the water in the form of small and mini dams, and the department has constructed 57 small dams and more than 400 and 500 which are the mini dams which are constructed by the BAD and some agriculture department. But the management of flood water is a big domain that is above the construction of small dams. I think to some extent these small dams can help in the management of flood water, but to manage the flood water is a big domain that is presently we should take up at a national level and then to some extent provincial level. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, just looking at the time, I will be just first I will be asking from the audience, is there anyone has a question? Please raise your hand, and then introduce yourself, and then later on also mention from the institute, and then ask the question and mention whom you are going to ask the question. Thank you. Dr. Riaz.
We have completed the feasibility studies of 7 dams, small dam in Hill Torrents area, and one of the dams, Sora Dam, has been awarded to the contractor, and I think hopefully with the period of 5 to 10 years it will be completed, and other remaining dam will be also be in pipeline of procurement of consultant and contractors. Thank you.
Madam Simi, just give it. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Don't have a question as such, but
please,
I would also like
please first introduce yourself and then.
Right. This
Thank
is
you.
Sufyan Durrani. I'm presently heading as project director one of our donor-funded integrated water resource management projects that we have in the province. As you said, a fancy word, but since we have a policy of 2006 which speaks of an integrated approach. So Balochistan was one of the pioneer provinces in the country
to have formulated this IWRM policy with the help of late Dr. Shahid Saab. We are also, I would say, among one of the pioneer provinces to have piloting implementation arrangements for this policy. I would like to welcome anyone from this Water Week, any participants who would like to come and visit Baluchistan and have a look at how we're implementing this approach. It's not perfect, as Dr. Saab has said, that it also took the developed countries, the developed world, to several years to get that approach somewhat working. It's still not perfect yet, so it can't be perfect over here. But we are working towards that, towards getting us there. We also, as the worthy Secretary Irrigation Baluchistan has said, that we're also updating that policy that was formulated in 2006. So we're going to have a 2022 version of that policy, and maybe the other provinces who haven't developed or approved their policy as yet can have a look at our policy. Baluchistan has a history of going ahead in creating and formulating policies ahead of other sister provinces. So that goes to our credit. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Simi.
Thank you. I'm Simi Kamal. I'm the Vice Chair of the Global IMI Board and also Chairperson of Hisar Foundation. I just want to say here that the IWRM that we are talking about was originally developed, the concept, by Global Water Partnership, and I was on the technical committee for 9 years that actually developed that concept, including the catalyzing change, which is a document that all of you need to look at if you are going about implementing IWRM. I agree completely with Mohsen that IWRM is a very complex, I should say, it's a complex concept because it involves so many different aspects that are normally put into clear boxes. So, you put governance on one side, you put implementation, you said drinking water is separate and sanitation is separate. Like all the provinces have drinking water and sanitation policies, not all of them have integrated water policies. So having said that, I want to talk a little bit about Pakistan's water policy that came out in 2018. And while it talks about the principle of IWRM, it is actually not really reflective of IWRM because it has tried to put everything into one document. It's not a policy if everything under the sun is in it. And also, it needs to have a time frame, it needs to have responsibilities. So yes, a framework has been developed. Just a little while ago, I was talking to the Secretary Water, and we talked about the need, as I had said in the opening, of having the Water Council in place, which is chaired by the Prime Minister and other things too. So while we say right now that water is a provincial subject, I would really like to challenge that. The irrigation departments in each province have always been there. It's not something that happened after the 18th Amendment. The irrigation districts are different from the administrative districts, and water doesn't recognize administrative boundaries. So if you're talking about Indus Basin, and we are talking about all these new initiatives that have come in, regenerating the Indus and living Indus, how can we do that by trying to manage the Indus through administrative boundaries? Because water doesn't recognize. So I would just like to put it before this house that yes, we need to have provincial control. We also need to have district controls, like the floods when they just happened. Had we got a functioning local government system right down to the Union Council, then it may have been, at least we would have saved lives or got people out safely. So, every level has to do its best. So the Federation has a responsibility for the health and integrity of the River Indus and the Indus Basin and all our other basins and our other natural resources, including areas like Potohar and Thar that are not connected directly to the Indus. So there is that responsibility which cannot be abdicated simply by saying that the provinces have to manage water. In the same way, there has to be cooperation. Sindh gets all the effluent of the entire country. It gets all the flood waters because of where it's located. So we cannot say that Sindh has to deal with floods by themselves and it's a provincial issue. It is not. So I think that balance between the federation, the provinces, the districts, and right down to the grassroots levels, that is what we really as a nation need to think about. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Just while we're waiting for the next one, so just want to fully agree with you. We need to go for the system level approach, the way the responsibility of the federal entity should be on that one, about the looking around the whole picture, so the basin health and everything. And if one province is getting, let's say, the treated water, they need to treat it, that need to be compensated by the other one. So there is need of federation, and then that's where that the Ministry of Water Sources should play a substantial role, that they are regulatory agency, and then the other one is working at the local scale level. But there is a kind of close coordination. It should not be working in silo, and those sort of the approaches need to be adopted if you really want to go for a successful of any living industry or initiative, if you want to think about restoring the ecosystem. That's the must thing.
Ji, thank you very much. Ji. Dr. Muhammad Sulaiman Tahir, Vice Chancellor, Khaja Farid University, Rahim Yar Khan. I appreciate the organizers and especially Dr. Mohsen Saab. Very good policies. Everything is very fine and romantic in words. But in the implementation stage, there are many gaps. Can we declare the emergency in terms of the water storage, water reservation, water use, effectiveness, efficiency, and to avoid the wastage of the water? Sindh is over irrigated and the half of the Punjab is not irrigated. And what's the solution from 72 years? We have very good policies, but why we are not improving the things in Pakistan? Every year going to worse and worse, and who is responsible? So if we can declare the emergency in terms of the water use, is it possible or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Salman. So, you have raised a very important thing, but the problem is there is no representation right now for any federal entity, and then we could not declare the emergency. Yes, and scientists, I believe Pakistan need to some substantial measures, and then we need to think about the water, especially not only in quantity but also on quality, and then treat it as a matter of top priority. But this will only happen when the political leadership will realize that's the kind of the national thing there. And this flood has started that kind of evaluation, but still at the political level, each province is working in their own one interest. So that needs something at a national level. We need to have a consensus that the water is a common resource and it's for us and for our generation. Unless we reach on that kind of consensus by all the political leadership, nothing will be happening on that one. We could declare on papers on emergency or something, but there will be no substantial output, and there nothing change will happen on the ground. Sir.
This is Sohail Bhatt from Telegraph, journalist. Sir, please tell me, as per international reports, Pakistan is becoming the largest country, third largest country of using of groundwaters. So what is government doing here to secure the groundwater? Like IWMI project in Islamabad to discharge the water here is very successful. Thank you.
Be asking that the Fateh Saab from the irrigation department, and then Dr. Javed.
We have our own legislation to control this exploitation of groundwater, and what is that this upcoming water policy, its main focus is to preserve this groundwater and to control exploitation of this groundwater. This was my simple answer. I will ask I will discuss some other issues of Balochistan, particularly Kachi Canal and others. So we have big Kachi Canal originating from Tausa Barrage. Its phase 1 is completed. This time most of its parts were damaged due to hill torrent from Suleiman Range. So there was some consensus with the government of Punjab and Wabda and Balochistan that hill torrent, 80% hill torrent in Suleiman Range will be managed, constructed by Punjab government. So they didn't do their part, and this time it's our Kachi Canal is damaged, and they have Wabda has put up some 9 billion cost for repairing it. So it is it's a big challenge for the province of Balochistan even in the future, because floods will come and go routine. It will be routine unless Punjab government does something concrete in the management of hill torrent. The other thing is drainage of flood waters from Balochistan and Sindh. There is no proper mechanism and design drainage to drain out this flood water speedily. So presently, even Balochistan, some parts of Balochistan and Sindh, they are inundated, and water is they are still there. So there also needs some, some intervention from big donors, federal government, to design some proper mechanism to drain out this flood water from Balochistan and Sindh well in time. The other thing about Balochistan, we have whole of the province except this 3-4 district canal system, we have only flood water system there. We have constructed many dams, big, small, and federal government is fully helping us in constructing dams, Basol Dam, Shadiko Dam, Mirani Dam, Hub Dam, and we are totally dependent on these dams. Our own provincial government is also concentrating constructing these dams as well. So in future, we'll be carrying out this policy of conserving this flood water for our use for agriculture, drinking, other purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ji. Dr. Javed sir, first for the answer of that one, then if you want to provide a brief response of that, any update of Kachi Canal, any development, what's happening on the above part of Koh Salman in terms of the hill torrent management or something, if you have any update.
First of all, just on the part of groundwater management, as already mentioned, that there was a Water Act. Water Act, basically, if somebody has studied that Water Act, it deals 90% with groundwater, and only 10 to 15% it deals with surface water. Accordingly, we have established a water sources zone that was established last year, and it is responsible for groundwater monitoring and management, water sources development for whole of the Punjab. Just I put some useful examples in Punjab. Lahore is a threatened area with respect to groundwater, where the groundwater was going deep at the rate of 3 to 4 feet per year. But few initiatives have been taken. One of them is the groundwater of Lahore has been restricted only for drinking water. All other uses has been banned. The water which is used by the PHA for parks and other purposes, they are allowed to take the water. All the lawns which are with Punjab University, with any other university, with Governor House, Jinnah Bagh, GOR, all the lawns have been provided with canal water. Similarly, the Wasa Lahore was providing water at 70 gallons per day per person. That has been reduced to about 40 to 45 gallons per day per person. Similarly, the other uses of water for other than drinking of Lahore has been restricted. So there is a few initiative in addition to legal initiative which the government is taking, and especially I put the example of Lahore because Lahore was a threatened area in Punjab. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Javed.
Hello. Yes. Thank you. So I have a question from Abdul Fateh Bangar Sahab. So with regards to the national water policy, which rightly touches upon protecting the people from the impacts of climate change and extreme weather events. So in the context of Balochistan, what went wrong that the government per se was caught completely off guard, and there was enormous destruction in terms of infrastructure, loss of lives and livestock? And how do we make sure that what has been laid out in the national water policy, which the province, every province agrees to adhere to, is not being followed, and what needs to be done in future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As all of us knows, this time floods were unexpected. In the history they couldn't record it. So our present design structures of our this waters were not designed to that standards. So that's why we suffered damages in our dams and canal system more than we were expecting. But Asian Bank donors, they have are providing, helping us to design and reconstruct these damages according to these new climate changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
My questions are from Punjab is left about Suleiman Hill Terrain Management. If afterwards, maybe something.
Dr. Javed, you want to provide it? Sorry, Dr. Riaz. Yeah, you want to provide a quick response, and then we'll move on to the last.
Yes, on the hill torrent, on the active hill torrents, 7 feasibility of the small dam has been already been prepared and finalized. Out of 7 feasibilities on active hill torrents, one of the dams, Sora Dam, has been awarded to the contractor, and the other dam is in the pipeline of award. So I think this, due to climate change, this is the worst flood ever flood in the history. So we have already developed the cross drainage structure on the Kachi Canal, which divert the water from the hill torrent to the main industry river. But due to poor maintenance, some of the hill cross drainage structure is not in the capacity, but due to climate change, a large volume of water does not cater for these cross drainage structure. So I think Balochistan should also complete the lining project of this Kachi Canal so that they can get benefit of these water from the Tonsa Barrage. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on now looking at the time, I don't want to stop between you and then the lunch, and then we'll be going for another session. Just for the last, I will be saying, Hina, any last comments or something?
I just wanted to add that, the national water policy is not an end to itself. There are many other things that also needs to be done. For example, at the federal level, it's not about giving a policy and then expecting the provinces to be on their own for implementation. But the role of the Ministry of Water Resources should also be to collaborate or coordinate with the users of water at the federal level. For example, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, and also the Ministry of Commerce, because a lot of private sector depends on water, for their actions. So their role is also in terms of coordination with other actors, at the federal level, and then supporting. Similarly, there should be some technical committees or working groups at the federal level which can talk about different aspects of integrated water resource management and make sure that these issues are discussed and debated with the provinces on various themes to catalyze change, as Simi Kamal also mentioned. And also, it's not about only that provinces are the stakeholders, but there are other constituencies as well. For example, there's a large civil society which is available. There's a research community which is there. There is private sector. There's also academia and media as well. So how do we bring these different actors together for the implementation of the water policy is also something that we need to look at. Thank you.
Dr. Javed, last comment. 30 seconds only.
Just, Dr. There was a discussion on, even there was a question that what are the part of national water policy which are not being implemented at the part of federal government. Just we have discussed so many things that the Ministry of Water Resources of federal government should take ownership. But one of the action of the national water policy is financial support to the provinces from the federal government. That is very clearly mentioned in the policy that will increase every year, but that is a missing part. That should also be focused by the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. Zubair sir, last.
I will second the statement of the madam that water policy this is not the provincial subject. This is and this shall be a national subject. So the policy shall be considered again and again, shall be reconsidered again and again, and it shall be adopted accordingly. So how we can implement it in the better mood for the betterment of the whole nation.
Thank you. Fateh sir.
So it was also discussion and good discussion and good points, remarks by participants and honorable panelists here, and we will not gain some new knowledge, new points that are to be implemented. Again, I will follow this madam that federal government should intervene where the challenges are of national level. Provinces are not equipped, have capacity to cope those challenges. Thank you.
Mayor Sahab, how the university like Mehran University could play a role to, to keep the knowledge and then the information for better management of the, let's say, Sindh water policy or the implementation?
Thank you. Actually, first of all, I agree with our panelist that there should be some direction or guidance from the federal government to province, because everybody is thinking and they are bringing modification and these things. So policy should be in line with national water policy of each province. Mehran University, basically this Center for Advanced Studies in Water is helping to not only the province but also we are working in Balochistan. We have one project, groundwater in Quetta. We are monitoring with Butim, as well as some project we are doing with Punjab government. So it's a national center, and we are supporting to carrying out the water-related studies, and also we help in organizing the workshops and supporting in writing the content of the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will be requesting to Ashfaq Mahmood Sahab for providing a closing remarks. Ashfaq Mahmood Sahab is a formal Secretary of Water and Power Ministry. Thank you.
I will be very brief and candid in my remarks. First of all, I noticed that the policy which was prepared after 15 years of consultation and processes is still lacking implementation. Now we are 4 years down the line, and we are talking about things like implementation framework, IWRM, water conservation strategy, basin management studies, detailed feasibility studies, need for the politicians to realize that there is an emergency. So I think of course, we also heard some tangibles for which I do want to commend those who have briefed us upon the physical works. But the fact of the matter is that the taste of the pudding lies in eating it. The people who are users or now are the sufferers because of water scarcity are looking for action, and action which should be monitored by implementing agencies and the monitoring agencies. Without action, we, as I said in the very beginning, we can have fancy studies and we can keep in the drawing boards. So to be more specific, for instance, where are the service providers for drip irrigation, laser land leveling? What is the mechanism? What is being done? Whatever is being done at this time is accepting for some support from one particular province. It is basically the initiatives of the individual farmers and the service providers. Similarly, we just discussed about the flood. Flood management is in the policy, which was after 15 years that we also wrote about it. But still we are talking about many things, and we talked about dams and so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to say is that probably to my mind, and very candidly speaking, to my mind, the provincial policy formulation is a misnomer. There was a national policy. Everyone should have rolled up his sleeves and tried to implement it. Provincial policies are actually provincial implementation action plans. That is what should have been there. Now, for instance, we should ask that we had to improve so many water courses. What is happening on it? What are the lessons learned and how those can be shared? Similarly, about water efficiency and so on and so forth. So basically, the Ministry of Water Resources has to provide the lead. There is no need for further consultation because the Council of Common Interest has given it a mandate. The national emergency has been declared under the Water Charter. Actions should be taking place. Now, if we have a top-heavy organization where one Prime Minister can only meet, a Prime Minister of a country can only meet once in 3 years, and then so on and so forth, there can't be any implementation. So as I said in my opening remarks, there has to be a lead role taken by the ministry as the leader for coordination, support, and monitoring of implementation so that the work is done. All the provinces are committed because they have approved the policies. So they will definitely come up with some cooperation. And out of my experience, I remember having formed an energy review group in Planning Commission. We would report the progress every month to the cabinet, so that there is some seriousness that the cabinet at least is under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister. At least he will see what's happening. Unless that is done, then we will probably be still grappling with different theories and projects and feasibility studies, and many of our poor folks will continue to suffer. So I close my remarks by saying that action is what is the call of the day, and implementation monitoring is absolutely essential. It should not be taken as a taking over of authority, but it should be taken as a means of doing service to the people. And towards with that spirit, the Ministry of Water Resources need to form or convert the steering committee into an implementation monitoring committee who should meet every month and report. There is emergency, and we are approaching a situation like Ethiopia. Let's be very clear that nobody will forgive us if we overlook this aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shwak Sahab. Thank you, everyone. I would like to thank Shwak Sahab and all the esteemed panelists, and thank you all the people. And just we will break now, and then 2 o'clock we'll start another session. Thank you very much.
Test, test. Yeah.
There you go. Do we have online panelists also?
Yes. Oh, you also will introduce them?
No.
Okay. Then I'll do that.
That's even why my job is a
That's okay,
little.
next time.
Yeah. Is he here?
No, they're taking a picture.
Okay. So how's it going? Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We would like to start with this session number 5 of our thematic area number 1. As you know by now, my name is Juan Carlos Sanchez. I'm senior researcher at IWMI on specific topic of water governance and policy. And we are still continuing going down this journey of climate resilient pathways, adaptation, mitigation, and sustainable development for Pakistan. Now we have concluded, today we have concluded successfully 2 very interesting sessions, one on environmental flows, which shed light on potential new avenues for exploring ecological, socioeconomic matters that can also support not only ecosystems, but also people. And before lunch, we closed also the session on integrated water resource management and governance in the context of climate change. So now we are opening session number 5, and we're looking at one of the big elephants in the room. We're actually looking at issues of flood and how to build resilience in the wake of climate change. And for that, it's really my pleasure to introduce our moderator for the day, someone that definitely doesn't need introduction, Dr. Claudia Ringler, who, as you might very well know, received her PhD from agricultural economics from the Center for Development Research from Bonn University in Germany. And of course, someone with extensive research and practical experience to water management, to agricultural management, natural resource policy, and many other issues related to sustainable development. In interest of time, I think I'm going to leave it to that. But Dr. Claudia, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction. So this is a unique session today. It's one of the sessions in Pakistan Water Week, Recurring Floods, Building Resilience in the Wake of Climate Change, with a focus on South Asia. But it's also one of our monthly online talks called Nexus Gains. So we actually today have a very large online audience that are regularly participating in our monthly events, and they come from across the world. And I think they all would like to learn what Pakistan is planning to do to address the current flood crisis, but also future flooding that I think we will hear more about expected as a result of the glacier melt and climate change. So I really welcome everyone to today's sessions, both online and here in the room. And please, we'll have 2 exciting speakers. We have several panelists who hopefully are in positions to turn things around for a climate resilient Pakistan, for a climate resilient South Asia. And if you do have questions for our speakers, if you do have questions for our panelists, please hold them. So we will take some questions after each of the speakers. We'll also obviously have time for questions to the panelists. And for our online audience, please just type away. We will take your questions throughout the session. So thank you again. I think I don't need to introduce what the flooding was about. 33 million people affected, about 10% of the entire country flooded, severe long-term impacts in terms of education, health, undernutrition, agricultural productivity, food import dependency. These impacts are still accumulating, and I think our goal is to ensure that such adverse impacts from flooding will never occur again, because for sure the type of flooding will continue into the future. With no further ado, I would like to now introduce our first speaker, Dr. Santosh Nepal. Dr. Nepal is an eminent scholar of hydrology with deep expertise on climate change water interactions in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. Prior to joining the International Water Management Institute earlier this year, he worked as a water and climate specialist at the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, or ICIMOD, that many of you are probably familiar with. Dr. Santosh has a PhD in hydrology and climate change from the Friedrich Schiller University in Jena, Germany. Please all give a hand to Dr. Santosh Nepal for our first presentation. And the presentation is titled Climate Change and Its Impact on Melt Runoff, Floods, and Agriculture in the Indus Basin. So we are now first taking a look into the future. Thank you very much. Dr. Santosh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Claudia, for the nice introduction. Slide, please. So by the time the slide will come, my presentation will cover the why Indus is very important. The title that I'm putting is that why Indus matters. The melt runoff, flooding, and agriculture in the face of climate change. Okay, you see, Indus matters for many different reasons. It has huge water resources, glaciers, snow, but as well as there is a vulnerability component, as you can see here, and we have been hearing about this flood, and this entire session is also dedicated in flood, which brings Indus very important. And in the morning session in environmental flow, we also heard about these upstream downstream linkages, and I think that's perfectly fits into the Indus Basin context. As you can see that in the upstream regions, the Indus is full of glaciers, snow, and ice storage. And in the midstream and is the most of the anthropogenic activities, and that's where the river connects the upstream to downstream. That's where the river has a vital role in terms of connecting the upstream and downstream resources. But it is equally important to provide that water resources to the downstream regions. So what happens in downstream in terms of water for agriculture or industry, that actually comes from the upstream regions. So that there is a very strong upstream and downstream. And when river flows from upstream to downstream, there are opportunities, like we can see that the agriculture, hydropower, glacier and snow melt, irrigation, navigation, but as well as there is a challenges. The challenges in terms of glacial lake outburst flood, avalanche, floods, erosion, sedimentations, and groundwater depletions. So that's where it's very important to understand the function of the watershed in terms of how important it is. So how do we really measure whether the river basin is very vulnerable or it is very important? There are certain criteria. In terms of importance of the water towers, that's mostly the upstream part of the basins. You can look at the role of the upstream, we call it water tower, in terms of supplying role from precipitation, snow, glacier, lake, reservoir. And then the downstream dependency for domestic and industrial demand, so how much water is actually coming from the upstream part, and downstream dependencies of ecosystem and irrigations. So that actually shows the importance of the river basins. And you can also look at the vulnerability component of the river basins, how vulnerable the basin is in terms of water stress, in terms of governance effectiveness, hydropolitical tensions, future climate, and socioeconomic changes. So when you put these things together, then you bring the critical water towers, whether the water towers is critical or not. And that's what we did in 2019 and 20. We published this in Nature last year. And we looked at the importance of vulnerability of the world's water towers. We actually look at the global water towers index for 78 global water tower units. So I'll show you the results from these assessments. The first figure that you are seeing is the supply index. So how much water the different water towers is supplying to the downstreams, okay? And in the Asia and Oceanic here, okay, it's not working. Okay, here is the Indus. Second, the first one is the Tibetan. From the supply point of view, Tibetan Plateau is the highest supply in Asia and Oceanic. And you see in other regions also there is a very other important water towers which actually supplies more than the Tibetan Plateau and Indus. But if you look at the balance side again, and here you see that the Indus is again on top. The downstream requirement of natural, industrial, domestic and irrigation demand supplying from the Indus water tower is again stood second here. And here interesting is that the demand, from the demand perspective, Sabarmati is again the first one. But here in the supply side, you see the Sabarmati is towards the end. So that's where the difference is, okay? So from the Indus perspective, Indus has a balanced mix of precipitation, glaciation, and surface water, and it has a high sectoral demand in the downstream areas and high irrigation demand. And here comes the, how do we assess the vulnerability? So we looked at the vulnerability from different perspective, the hydropolitical tension, changes in GDP in the future, changes in population, governance effectiveness, projected precipitation temperature, and baseline water stress. And the picture here is that some of the few water towers that we have picked, Indus again is one of the most vulnerable river basin in the world. Okay, it's because the population in Indus, 235 million, is projected to increase by 50% in 2050s. Basin GDP is projected to increase nearly 8-fold by 2050s. Temperature is increasing 1.9, and precipitation has a variability. In a year, not much increasing, but there is a variability, decreasing in some season and increasing in some. That makes Indus the most vulnerable basin in the world. Okay, so here you look at the, again I'll concentrate on the Indus, which is on the left side here. The present, how does the present hydrological regime look like in Indus? And Indus has a very strong glacier component, as you can see here in the red bar, which is coming like more than 60-70% of the melt runoff contribution to the discharge. And similarly, snow melt here, the contribution is again more than 20-30% from the snow melt. And here you can see the, in case of Indus, 63% of the melt runoff actually originates from the snow and glacier melt. Okay, and in comparison to Indus, the other basins like the Ganges and Brahmaputra has a less contribution of the snow and glacier melt, but they have a more rainfall runoff. So that means more flooding characteristics there. And this is very relevant to the recent flood that you have observed in Indus basins. And what we have looked at here and published in 2007, we looked at the 50-year return period of flood events and how it will change in the future in the context of climate change. Here you can see that the RCP 4.5 moderate scenarios and then the business as usual scenarios. And in Ganges basin, you see that the 50-year return period flood, the mean relative changes will increase by more than 50% in some of the tributaries, and in some tributaries more than 100%. But in case of Indus, there is a slight increase in some main Indus river network, around 50%, and in some of the western basins like in the Kabul and some others, there is a slight decrease as well, especially in the RCP 8.5 scenarios. So this is a very important indicator because most of the infrastructure that we build is actually based on these indicators of 50-year or 100-year return period of the floods. And now the entire definition of the 50-year and 100-year return period flood will change in the future in the context of climate change. So we have to also look at that. And not only that, we are actually observing a lot of cascading disasters. The Uttarakhand flood in 2021, which is one of the typical nature of the cascading disasters happen in the mountain region. And in Melamchi flood in Nepal in 2021, again, is another event. And here, I think probably in the Indus, it's also impacted by the compounding risk, which is already well explained in the IPCC AR6 assessment report. This is the work that we published in 2019 in Nature, and here we saw the importance of meltwater in the Indus agriculture systems. And here you can see the mean annual contribution of snow and glacier melt to discharge. As you can see that this Blue River network, which is more than 70 to 80% of the melt contributions. But if you look at these dashed areas in the downstream plain areas, which is actually the irrigated field, then you see that the mean annual contribution of snow and glacier melt to irrigation water supply is more than 40–60%. And in some of the seasons like spring, 60% of the water withdrawal that you withdraw from the irrigation from the river network in the spring season is actually originated from the meltwater. So that's that shows the strong meltwater dependencies in Indus basins. Okay, and here you see that we also look at the different crop and how this crop use the meltwater for the different development period. And then the crops like sugarcane and cotton, you see that the melt runoff contribution is more than 50% and 70 and 80% in certain period of the crop growth. And that shows the importance of the meltwater in the crop calendar. And here comes some figures that you will, I think, enjoy. That in Indus basins, I picked the rice as an example, the red bar here. The 15% of the annual 19 million tons of rice productions can be attributed to glacier and snow melt. Okay? And similarly, in case of sugarcane, it is 17% of the 53 million ton is actually attributed to the meltwater contributions. And that contribution is slightly less in the Ganges basins. Okay, so here I think the important thing here from the resource management perspective is that how does the Indus look like after 50 or 60 years? So definitely more number of people, which requires more resources and which requires more water resources. And here you see that the population will increase by 50% by 2050s. Sorry, there was a typo in the earlier slide, which was reading as 2016. Basin's GDP is projected to increase by 8-fold by mid-century. There is a climate change component, temperature will increase, more variability on the precipitation. And this strong growth in population and economic development actually demands fresh water, which for other and different wayfair resources. And no need to mention that the Indus also has a very strong hydropolitical tensions among the countries shared by the Indus, and that also can exaggerate the situations. Okay, and there is a considerable increase in domestic water use demand, as you can see here, nearly double. The energy requirement is doubling, and then the food requirement is also kind of increased. So to manage this limited water resources under climate change, under more uncertainty, is a big challenge. And again, in Indus, snow is a very important, and we looked at the Pansir catchment in Afghanistan. Pansir is famous for many different reasons. We looked at the future snow cover, and here you see that the future snow cover is consistently decreasing under different climate change scenarios, whether you have a wet scenarios, whether you have a warm or cold scenarios, the snow cover is likely to decrease consistently. The implication of that, very interestingly, is in the winter season and then the spring season here, the discharge, the melt runoff is likely to increase in the winter and spring season because of higher temperature, the melt runoff will start early. Okay, and in summer and autumn it will decrease. I think this is very important from the adaptation point of view, that how can we adapt in a changing environment. Okay, the last slide. From the same work from the 2022, we actually published in Nature in terms of how the contribution of meltwater and groundwater in Indus in the present and future time period. As you can see here, the first bar is the reference period, and then it shows the contribution of meltwater to irrigations in the green band, and you can pick the contribution like cotton. As you can see that the dependency of cotton productions will be more in the early melting seasons because of the higher melt coming from the glaciers, early melting process. So that is, I think, for cottons is more dependency on meltwater. And for wheat, as you can see here, again, wheat column, and then you see that the contribution of the groundwater to irrigations, for example, in wheat production also will consistently increase in the future. So there will be more dependency of the wheat productions on the groundwater, so more pressure on the groundwater, okay? So the last slide is the takeaway message that I see is that the Indus is again like most vulnerable and most critical water towers at the global scale again. So there are a lot of challenges happening. Changes in climate and other socioeconomic changes will have a marked impact on water resources and agriculture. And what we have already seen and observed, climate change and extremes has a big hit on the Indus, and it will likely to increase more uncertainty, more variability. And climate change impact is actually cross-sectoral. And we cannot resolve only one sectoral problems by only looking at the sectoral silos approach, because we have to look beyond the sectors. For example, agriculture. If you want to resolve the problem of agriculture in the context of climate change, you cannot resolve that by only looking at the agriculture sector. You have to look at beyond the meltwater and other sectors which are also utilizing the waters. With this, I will end the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Santosh, for really an exciting presentation. And we'll take one urgent question, if there is one, either from the floor, okay, and also online. Is there also one online? No? Good. So then we take from the floor. Do we have a mic for our participant from the floor? That would be very helpful because we have the online audience. And while the mic is moving to the participant in the here in the room, my question to you is, what happens when the meltwater has run out, when there's no more glacier to come down? I guess I'll ask all the panelists later too, but you can maybe also tell us. But please introduce yourself and your question to Dr. Santosh.
Hello. My name is Saidur Rahman. I worked in IWMI, so just it was very interesting presentation. As ADB is conducting the previous session, you have seen the vulnerability, you have highlighted the vulnerability of Indus Basin. So what do you think, where Pakistan, we are a poor economy, so in the whole system, from your study, what lesson we observed that where we should invest to control these floods and these presented the glacial meltouts. So what do you say?
Okay, two easy questions. So Dr. Santosh, over to you. Just 1 minute because of time.
Okay, 1 minute, 2 questions, 30 seconds each. Okay, the questions from Claudia is when the melt run out. And that's a very important question because there are enough studies which have already indicated the phenomenon called peak water. So because of the higher temperature, the glacier will have an accelerated melting per unit of area. And after some times, when the glacier storages diminishes, and then the flow start decreasing. And that time period for Indus is around 2050s and 2060s, and it can go up to 2080s on different climate change scenarios. I think that is another challenge that we'll be facing. We are already discussing that we are actually having a big problem managing water resources under current conditions. Imagine after 50 years, where many of us will not be here by that time, but imagine that we'll have a more number of people, we'll have more resources, more GDP, increased GDP, and then which requires more water to the production of food and other resources. So I think that's a big challenge that we need to also look at.
Okay, I didn't hear the answer, but I guess the panelists will tell us the answer. So please to the second question.
Okay, from the vulnerability point of view, I think there will be more uncertainty in the climate change context. So that means that the hazard and disaster that you have seen probably will have more frequent in the climate change context. What we need to do is that I think the twofold strategy could be that building our early warning systems more robust, and then more focus on the adaptive capacities, especially working on the vulnerability side, reducing the sensitivity, and building our adaptive capacities through the legal reforms, through the policies, and other kind of different approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Great answer. Very good. Okay. Very quick question, because we do have a Q&A session.
I'm Dr. Aslan, professor in Civil Engineering Department, University of Lahore. Yeah, just not question, clarification for myself, education. In the beginning slide, you mentioned about surface water, snow melt, rainfall, like this. I was just wondering that there was not groundwater. So just I want a clarification, no? In one slide you showed.
Yeah. There was a groundwater on the downstream side. I think that's what you're referring, right?
It was there, but I think the question is if you are modeling groundwater recharge with reducing meltwater. Are you integrating groundwater, surface water modeling in your analysis?
No, my point is,
groundwater was there.
Yeah. Slide, you listed surface water, rainfall, snow melt, glacier melt.
Yeah. On the supply side, yeah.
In that list, I was saying that if in this water tower, groundwater
has no.
We haven't included that yet.
Okay, great. Thanks for this important clarification. We'll take other questions after the next presenter. I'd like to invite now to the front Dr. Mohsin Hafez. He's an integrated water resources management and modeling expert with the International Water Management Institute. He's heading, obviously, the office here in Pakistan, also Central Asia. He has an illustrious career before joining IWMI at various institutions in the UK, Australia, Germany, the International Rice Research Institute, and of course IWMI. He has authored and co-authored nearly around 200 scientific publications, and he has a PhD in hydrology from the University of Bonn, Germany. So Dr. Hafez, the floor is yours. With our second presentation that brings us back from the future to the current situation, talking about systemic approaches to mitigate water risks in the Indus Basin in a changing climate. So if we could have the slides, please, for Dr. Hafez, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Claudia, and good afternoon, everyone. Santosh made my life a bit easier in terms of presenting what's happening in the future and what kind of the risk which we are dealing with. One of the questions is about how we could deal with this kind of the water risk in the country and what we can do differently, and then the out-of-box solution that will be able to helpful to us for restoring that one to deal with the water risk in the changing climate. So I will be talking about that one. Okay, if we are looking first, we are looking about that comparing the 2010 and 2022 floods. Before we were always talking about the super flood, and that was, we were referring about 2010 flood. And then that was the thing. But then if you're looking around now in 22 flood, that is much more worse than that one. Then we forget about this 2010 super flood, but we are now talking about 2022 super flood. And the 22 super flood is basically more on the rainfall, as well as also on the riverine flood, but the major problem is there that there was not a lot of flow of water going out from the system, and still many areas the water is standing. If you're looking around in terms of numbers, 33% at one point on one given day, 33% of area was inundated, but if you look around a longer period of time, it's around 15 to 20% of the area, some are reporting 10%, but 33 million people have been impacted, and around yesterday, the number has been quoted by the Ministry of Planning and Development, around $32 billion, that's the economic loss. If we are looking around in part of Pakistan, that flood, we have a long history of that one flood. So this is not the first time. Starting from 1950, we have that one, in 1957 floods, and then later on in 2010, and now we are again dealing for it's on and off. Typically, in any given year, we are facing it 9 months drought and 3 months kind of the flood extreme there. So what we could do differently to deal with this kind of risk? Again, one of the major issues there in the 22 flood is that's impacting on the food security. The major crops which were grown in that one in Kharif, rice, cotton, and sugarcane were badly affected. If you only talk about the sugarcane as a rice crop, 80% of the loss is there, and rice is also a lot of consumption in country and also exporting a lot, the rice crop. Here that's showing it basically that the map of the area and then which crop is damaged and how much area is damaged there, and the extent of that one is shown on the maps. If we are looking around, we looked around in comparing the 2021, that's the normalized difference vegetation index for the month of the August 2021. And here that's showing it that the NDVI, if it is green 0 to 1, it is showing it that the highly vegetation. But when we look around in 2022, for the same time period, we are saying it a lot of water standing and not the green vegetation. And in terms of then we looked around that with difference of that one, in terms of the losses there in green biomass. That includes all sort of things. It's not only the crops, but it also includes any kind of vegetation. And we clearly see that one there, the red one, are the one which the area should be normally on a season, but it's extreme damage, a severe damage, or the damage. So those are the things that are there. That's reflecting that one, how much is the damage of loss, and many of the areas still standing water there. Okay, this is a map showing it to the part of the Sindh, what's happening in 10 to 20th of September. So this is showing that one, the water bodies are the standing water. And again showing it from 1st to 10th of October and 15th to 20th of October, still the water is standing there, and many part of the area, in part of Balochistan and Sindh, the water standing. It will take a couple of more weeks, maybe 4 to 6 weeks before the water will recede, and the people will come back to their hometowns and everything. So these are all extremes. We know that one, but how we will prevent that one? And that's where we need to go back into the Asian Water Development Outlook, which was a study was done by Asian Development Bank in 2010, where they looked around five kind of indicators: rural household water security, economic water security, urban water security, environmental water security, and water-related disaster security. And today I will be talking about the water-related disaster security, which is dealing with the climatological risk, hydrological risk, and meteorological risk, and see how we are standing in the context of all the countries. Here on this one, they are basically all the Asian Pacific countries, and then that's showing it which stage we are, whether it's fully functional and that one. And when we are looking in terms of Pakistan, Pakistan falls under number 3 from the bottom, not from its lowest performing in terms of disaster. When we're looking around further in depth in that one thing is clear. We have hardly given any attention to disaster risk. That includes floods and then the drought. And today we'll be focusing on the floods, how we could prevent on that kind of the floods, and how we could come a more robust solution to overcome the future, to prevent the future risk there. Typically, one of the biggest things is we are taking that one, in the Indus Basin, we have the provinces, we have the federal level. We are not treating the Indus Basin as a system level. We need to treat the Indus Basin as a system level. Holistic picture is there. Typically, that the different ministries, they are working around that one. We have 30 days of storage. Climate variability is only functional at the federal level, but at the provincial level, we don't have the entities there. Then also on the downstream of that one, we are taking into the silos, and all the irrigation department is working in silo and everything. What we need to look around in a bigger picture thing, holistic thing, all is important for it's a mosaic. And when we are developing any solution, we need to look around that one, what will be happening on the deforestation in the upper part of Indus Basin and Swat, and how that will be impacting downstream in Sindh. Now, because these are all connected there, now with the remote sensing, satellites, digital information and everything, we got lots more information that could provide us information at system level. If we want to deal with the climate risk in the Indus Basin, we need to link up really thinking about Indus as a basin and treat the basin as a whole. What we can do it, obviously we are talking about system level approaches. System level approaches, one of the approach which we are already, IWMI is working around water, energy, food, ecosystem nexus challenges, the approach there. Obviously that approach has a lot of challenge, but also is very critical when we are talking about the rural livelihood, food and nutrition security, and economic and system level, which are strongly connected. It provides us a platform how we could connect with all those sectors there, and also deal with the climate change and other changes which are happening in the area. Often when we are talking about national institutions, they are working in their own defined area, and then the regional institute, they struggle on that one, how that could be transboundary things will be connected. And Indus Basin is a transboundary basin which is connected. investors are uncertain how and best, how that the forest will be there and how that forest will be linking with the sustainable irrigation, clean energy and agro-processing need. And on the top of that one, like in the recent one, the women are the more girls and most vulnerable groups are seriously affected. So that's where we need to adopt the system approach, and system approach will be helpful to provide us some of the answer. What that system approach means, we are talking about the water security, we are talking about the water is one of that area. And then we also looking around the food security and then also on the energy security. These are the three security we want to have optimization, but their external factor like population growth, industry is increasing, climate change, and then the governability, how these things are working together. And in the Nexus approach, which is bringing the people, economies, and ecosystem as a central part of that. And whatever the solution we are developing, that's centered to the people, economies, and one, it's truly integrated. It's a bit different than the IWRM. Here we are working on many actors and many stakeholders involving everything there in importance of political economy, how political willingness is there as a country level. Like in the previous session, we were talking about water, we need to consider water emergency. But that's important on the political economy, willingness and everything of the government sector. It's also linking with the farm scale level to the landscape level to watershed to the basin, providing a connectivity and the multi-centric approach. And it's important to include gender, youth, and inclusion as a part of that one. Now I'll be giving a few examples from other regions. What has been done? Again, basin approach is about quantification, accounting of WEFI resources, upstream, downstream interdependency, which has been explained by Dr. Santosh, and then the shared benefits and everything. This project is working in 5 countries, and I will be talking about the Indus Basin and giving some of the example of the Indus Basin system level. First thing is we need to go for the water risk identification. We need to go identify the risk based on the hazard data, based on the historical data, flood area, how much is that one, analysis and change, identify the hazard. Then seeing how that was exposing to the asset and vulnerability. Then quantify the risk, then we need to reduce the risk and doing that early preparedness system, emergency planning and response activity. And then we could talk about the risk transfer, how that could be, but that will be only happening when we include the governance, policy, institutional arrangement, and linking with the capacity building of the government institute, and also developing those kind of the product inclusiveness and everything together there. There are a lot of things, the big data approaches, the remote sensing satellite, the on-ground data that could be used. I will not go into those much into the details. Giving some of the example in the coast, in India, we have developed a kind of the climate screening product for investing in the disaster. That giving this idea about when the flood area, which area is more flood prone and everything, and how we could deal with the extreme rainfall hazard maps and everything. That kind of product also need to be for part of Pakistan. Giving some example that the dual benefits from the large scale groundwater recharge and use. One of the examples is in the Bengal water machine. Around 16 million smallholder farmers in the Bengal basin in Bangladesh were facing the flood. And now that has been reduced area, they have reduced the flood potential as well as store the water for dry season through pumping and recharge. And then between 1988 and 2018, around that, the flood area has been reduced around much more that one, and this amounted to account around 75 to 90 cubic kilometers of water capture. Again, the responsibility of the China is another example which has been explored as a part of that one. How we could improve that one, improving the resilience using the natural and then the grey infrastructure solution, and how that could be improved. Giving one example in part of that one, in Islamabad, which we have looked around the demonstration of nature-based solution, building a small lake, and that was able to, that water was going into the downstream and creating a flood inundation city. And for 5 months of data is showing around 1.8 million of gallons of water which could stored and reduce the flood hazard. Again, giving some of the example in India, which was looking around the Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh of the area fluctuation of water table, and how we could, if we could add on some of the recharging of the water, and that will be able to deal with the improving the groundwater, and that water could be used over a period of time and more for the irrigation when we need water. And this is underground teaming of the flood for irrigation pilot. Another example is innovative subsurface solution for transforming water-related risks using into the opportunity for building resilience. Again, some of the examples there at the small scale level and how that could be upscaled to the system level using the smaller approaches there. and that has been adopted and working around that one. Okay, just some of the things, just working on the last slide is that one. We need to look around the integrated storage perspective, thinking about the small dams as well as the large dams, and also thinking about the lakes, wetlands, groundwater, soil moisture, and all those things will be connected together. And that will be a storage system. We need to think about how we could combine different systems there. And that will provide us the storage services of increased water availability, flood mitigation, and regulating flows, and overall helpful for us for managing the future flood risk and everything. Obviously, that needs to happen at the interface and scale level. Last thing is, we will be developing under that one the hydrological modeling that will be able to guide us about some of the risks, doing some of the scenarios trade-off, what will be the best option, and how we could do it, and how we could consider the interface and ecosystem, doing the environmental flow assessment and utilizing of integrated water storage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please a hand for our second speaker, Dr. Hafiz. I think he provided a lot of maybe the answers to some of the questions for the first speaker. Do we have an urgent, okay, the same gentleman before we move to the panel, and do we have an online question this time? No, okay, our online participants are quiet so far. We have to, anyway, motivate them more.
Dr. Mohsen Hafiz,
please.
Based on his vast experience, I mean, we have these floods, first major flood was in 2010, and after 12 years, as you have shown that we have more damage. So where we have, I mean, in your assessment, actually where we have failed in the at system level approach, what are the key issues, I mean, you see that should have been dealt, have been dealt to control the flood water?
I think we have done so many things wrong in a way. We don't have a disaster risk for the warning system at the country level. On the top, we have a poor planning, and on the natural manways, natural river waterways, we have built the infrastructure, we have built the hotels and all the industry there, and that's creating all the catastrophe. Then the last thing is, if I need to point out, then the left bank outfall drain, that is not fully functional. I mean, the water needs certain pathways. So we didn't have that one. If I need to top categorize, we don't have a flood warning system in terms of, especially for the Rodkoi area, for the hill torrent. We don't have, we are poor planning, we are working only in silos. So we need to combine at a system level and saying it, what's happening on the water availability, and then how we could develop. The outfall drains need to be functional, left bank outfall drain and right bank, and that's important. I will stop there.
Okay. Oh, okay, because we didn't take you last time. So one final question, and then we will move to our eminent panel, please. Yeah. And introduce yourself.
My name is Jalal Qureshi. I am a professor of environmental science and geology in Houston, Texas. I am just working like 40 years in a different part of the world on water sector project, Haiti, Sri Lanka, and not Sri Lanka, South Korea, and in US as well. I am here in Pakistan since like 2 months and working in a flood areas. I just, few hours before, I just came from Balochistan, and I worked in Sindh last month. I am just thinking that in 2012, there was the water policy of Pakistan. And also there is a sustainable goal of the UNDP. So all the experts are there. They were not prepared for the flood control thing. Similarly, what I am just looking last night, I went in many flood areas where the people have no food, no water, no shelter as well, in Balochistan and Sindh. And I did not see any kind of any innovative technology anybody are using for the flood frequency, like a flood analysis. This is a digital world. Nowadays, it's very easy to prepare the slides and a lot of data and how do you play with the computer. But on ground, what is the situation? Situation is that I was in Karachi More than 80% of Karachi roads are broken. Mosques are broken. Balochistan, their schools are totally destroyed. What will be the effect? The two things are affect. One is the mental tension, which will create the more crime in Pakistan. That is a very serious issue. The second, in Balochistan, yesterday I saw that their agriculture is totally full with the water. It is an acid rain. It's not a similar water. The water quality is more than 4,000 TDS. And nobody can wash the hand. And even the animal, they are drinking that water, they are dying. And that lands will not develop in next 4 or 5 years. And there will be a future food crisis because there will be no rice, no wheat or other things. Animals are going to die. So I expect that today's conference must be focused that how they can control the crimes rate in Pakistan. The second, how they can transfer the technology, innovative technologies which the other countries are using for the floods. I did not see anything that they have to be used for the similar kind of an emergency thing. Even the disaster management were not ready. So that's my humble
contribution.
Request. Thank you.
Okay, wow, yeah, that's a very strong and comprehensive request. And I think we'll hand the answer over to actually our panelists. And I would now like our speakers to step down and our panelists to come up. And I would first like to invite Mr. Nathan Reeve, a water resources specialist with the Asian Development Bank. Is Mr. Nathan in the room? Yes, perfect. Yeah, as soon as the panel is invited, we'll bring the answer. We'll deal with it. Let's invite the panelists. If you could take your seat wherever you would like. So Nathan is a senior climate change specialist in the Central and West Asia regional department of the Asian Development Bank, where he works on climate change policy, economics, and science. And he holds a PhD in environmental science and policy. And I think as such is very well equipped to explain to us how Pakistan can deal with the current, but also with future flood crisis. Our second panelist is Mr. Faisal Farid. Is Mr. Faisal here? He's a civil servant by profession. And yeah, he has been serving in many positions with the government of Punjab. And as you have seen from the earlier maps, Punjab is one of the provinces affected by the floods. And my understanding is you also have experience with disaster risk mitigation. So I think very important to hear from you. Our third panelist is Ms. Kanwal Walker from the International Water Management Institute. She has a background on gender and inclusion, and we have heard issues of crime. We know that women and children are often most affected from adverse climate change impacts in terms of access to health services for children. We know a lot of children have drowned. We know that women and children are particularly affected by undernutrition from extreme events, both heat stress and floods. And so we very much look forward to her expertise and comments in that area. Our next panelist is Engineer Ahmad Kamal, and he is the chairman of the Federal Flood Commission Ministry of Water Resources. And I think on his shoulders rest most of the answers that our panelists might have today. So feel free to ask away how he's going to address all of these challenges that Pakistan faces today and in the future. And our last but not least panelist, I believe, is online, is Engineer Habibullah Bodla. He's the chief engineer with the Punjab Irrigation Department. And we know that irrigation infrastructure has been very hard hit by the current floods. We've also heard as a result of the melting glaciers, there might not be a lot of irrigation water for the irrigation system of the Indus Basin irrigation area in the future. So it would be, we look very much forward to hearing from him on how he is addressing that decline in future meltwater. And before we hear from our distinguished panelists, am I missing one actually? No, I think we have everyone. There is Muhammad Arif Rashid Goher. Did he arrive? No, he has not yet arrived. So we continue. Before we will hear from our distinguished panelists, we heard there are now some online questions. Could you please tell us what the online question is?
Thank you. There is one question from Mr. Khavar. He's asking that PMD, Pakistan Meteorological Department, was expecting around 60% more rains than average. But we have faced more than 400% rains. So what could be the reason, let's say, and flood risk and climate-related hazards with that?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let me try to respond to this question. As a matter of fact, the seasonal forecast that was made by the Pakistan Met Department, that had worked out about 40% of above normal rainfall. Our normal rainfall is 140.8 millimeter, and they based this seasonal outlook in line with SESCOF, FOCRA, and couple of other regional models worked out jointly by these countries. However, it turned out to be more than 175% on an average at a countrywide basis, and over 475% at the level of Balochistan and Sindh. Let me share with you that these forecasting models, based on which the seasonal outlook is made, are not that much competent to go for that much of a high you can say above normal rainfall, and that is the point where we have arrived at the conclusion that this is really a climate impact issue, and for that very reason, one of the participants here raised that how well we can improve the technology and all that. I kept this thing for my talk, but let me say it now, that now we need to have a sort of a nowcasting rather than the forecasting. Nowcasting is something which provides you the information even for the next 1 hour to 3 hours or even to 6 hours. So rather than going for 24 or 48 hours of forecast, we must now work out for all those vulnerable areas where much more flash flooding is expected. We need to have the techniques of nowcasting and things like that. Thank you.
So are you saying this will not happen again because we will have better forecasting next time?
No, I don't think so that it is not going to happen, because we are now very, apparently in a very active phase of apparent climate change. Not to say for anybody, but for Pakistan, surely it is here. And unless and until we improve our technologies and we improve our governance structure, let me share with you that the technological departments or the technical departments, probably they are the one who have got the most or much of the deprivation with regard to technology and with regard to the capacity building over the last 2 decades or so. So the biggest lesson this 2022 flood catastrophe has taught us, that unless and until we put more good blood, more fresh, you can say, education and technology tools in our public sector department, as well as sharing our hands with the private sector, we are not going to fight that.
Okay, thank you for this additional very important comments. Before we move to the next set of questions, I have a question to the 2 panelists opposite from me, and I would like to ask both a little bit more. We've heard a lot about the extreme impacts on poor people, the extreme impacts on vulnerable people, the extreme impacts on women and girls. We know, that at least 1/3 of the people who have drowned were children. So again, you know, what do the most vulnerable populations and people affected in rural areas of Sindh, Balochistan, KPK, partly Punjab, what do they need now? So maybe first over to our gender and social exclusion expert, please.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Claudia, and all the panelists for giving me this opportunity to express my views. So, okay, I'm going to bring in the social aspect in this discussion, in this very science and facts and figure discussion. So from the recent floods, we all know that the vulnerable component of our society, women and children, are most badly hit in it. Although we have policies, although we have facts, figures, but the implementation of those policies and implementation of those interventions with the right stakeholder, I believe, is the biggest challenge for us. We are like in the mode of science where we have digital innovations, we have technologies, but how these technologies we are tailored to communities. This is the main challenge we are facing. And if we look at the upper part of Indus, in the northern side of the Indus, then majority of male out-migrated from that side and female left behind with the children as a main custodian of the agriculture and their households. So in case of disasters, they are the most vulnerable segment of our society who badly hit by it. So while looking at the policies or interventions, I believe that these should be more focused community-based interventions, community-based policies which focus, you can say the gender-responsive policies. Like if we talk in the case of floods, then we should go towards the community-based flood early warning systems. If we talk about the digital and mass awareness, then those should be very targeted to the basic communities, and we should keep in mind that even in the communities, the rural communities where women are illiterate, they doesn't have even access to mobile phones or internet services, they are not allowed to use it. So those things should keep in our mind while designing our policies and interventions. And in recent floods, as for your question, the female and the children, they are facing a lot of issues in terms of challenges. We can say in the floods, women are facing health issues, basic sanitation issues, then also very waterborne disease. So all these things should be kept in our mind while designing our disaster response strategies. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think a very important area where we need to focus more on. So Mr. Faisal Farid, with the Provincial Disaster Management Authority, who needs to take the next steps to reduce impacts on these most vulnerable people, please?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me in this very important discussion. Well, the simple answer is that we all need to basically take care of this climate change phenomena. Whether as a common man or as a public servant, or if you are a certain specialist or even an expert, it is the responsibility of all of us to take steps to reduce the risk about this climate change. Well, I will just augment some of the previous discussions, which was about taking the steps to save the vulnerable populations. We are gathering the data right now about the losses and assessing the damage assessment in the field. The most precious loss is basically the loss of lives to the people. And we have 232 deaths in Punjab, and out of them 181 deaths are due to these roof collapse. So investing in the resilient housing is one of the major interventions that need to be done. What we are going to do this time is that we are providing ex gratia assistance to the people whose houses have been damaged or who have lost their houses or their houses have been destroyed. So this is a good amount of money. For example, for a brick house it is 400,000 rupees, and for a mud house it is 200,000 rupees. But at the same time, what we are doing this time is that we have got a kind of building plans from the experts that are not more costly, that basically the range is about from 300,000 rupees to about 600,000 rupees. And we are going to give these plans when we are going to transfer the cash to these people. And then we are going to monitor that whether the houses which are being built by these people from this amount is basically resilient, so that we can save the lives of the people in the next disaster. We have also gathered the long and lat of these particular houses as well, so we can easily monitor the reconstruction phase in various phases by our respective departments. Secondly, the major loss was basically the loss of livelihood in the rural areas. According to an estimate which the crop reporting team of the government of Punjab has provided, that about 487,000 acres of crop have been damaged in entire Punjab due to this monsoon activity only in this year. And the total loss in financial terms is about 86 billion rupees. It's a huge loss, and the government doesn't have the coping capacity in financial terms to basically to compensate the farmers for this loss. So, but generally the farmers definitely need the support, because they have very small land holdings and their everything has been washed away. I was there in district Rajanpur when the district was hit by the flood. So I've seen people coming out of their homes have been damaged, they have nothing to eat. They were under the sky on the roadside, and their entire livelihoods have been washed away. So the government basically definitely would come up with a policy proposal to somehow give ex gratia assistance to the farmers so that they could reinvest that for the next crop. But there are certain other solutions as well. In Punjab, there is a kind of crop insurance scheme which is based on area indexed yield. At this time, its extent is quite less. That is only 1 or 2% of the small farmers are basically being covered under this scheme. But we intend to upscale it further. And the government basically at the initial stage may be giving the dividend or to the to the small farmers basically, so that the extent of that crop insurance or livestock insurance may be enhanced. One other thing is that the community have also lost the seeds which were available to them. They generally store the seeds for the next crop in their own godowns, which are also made of mud. So there is a new initiative in Punjab and maybe in other areas taken by the State Bank of Pakistan, that is e-warehouse receipts financing. So what you can now do is that you can basically send your crop to those silos where it will be safe, and then you can take the receipt and go to the bank and get the finances against that crop. The banks generally give 70 to 80% of the total market value of the crop at that particular time. So in this way, they can save their crop for the or save their seeds as well, and at the same time, they can sell their crop when the market distortions are away because of the supply glut. So this crop losses can be managed in this particular fashion. My colleague, she basically talked about the basic steps to be taken for the vulnerable population, especially for the female. We have got all the data sets of the pregnant women and the lactating women in the Punjab province, especially in the 2 districts which were badly hit. And our field teams of the lady health workers and others, they are basically reaching out to these female population, and we are taking care of the health issues as well. This time there was no outbreak of malaria and there was no outbreak of dengue in these particular districts because our health department working quite well. The other step which need to be taken basically that also include improving the early warning system, especially for these hill torrents and also for the eastern rivers as well. We do have very good data for the western rivers, but in Punjab there is For the river Ravi, Satluj and Chenab, we are dependent upon the information coming out from our neighboring country. So we need better surveillance radars, maybe in Sialkot district or in Lahore. So one more thing, that our district administration basically plays a very vital and critical role in disaster management. And they are under capacity, in a sense, in terms of human resources. They don't have any GIS expert with them. They don't have any disaster expert with them. And they don't have any even technical expert with them. They only rely upon the information which they gather on the phone calls or through WhatsApp messages. So now we are planning to basically build the capacity of our field formation. We have established District Emergency Operations Center in each district of Punjab, and we are now in the next phase giving them the experts and the human resource and the technical knowledge, and upscaling the multi-hazard vulnerability assessment that would be available with them so that they could act accordingly. Thank you very much.
Okay, very extensive programs in Punjab, so I hope that Balochistan and Sindh that got more affected have the same level, quality, and intensity of programs to address the current floods. Yeah, excellent. So I think I heard there was another question online, and we might also have a question in the room, but let's quickly online. Yes?
I think the question was for Dr. Mohsen, and he's not here. We can ask at the end of the
Okay. If not, you can still, I'm sure they could answer as well. Do we have a question on the floor before I continue my own questions? Oh, I think we need at least 2 questions from the floor because we need some diversity. There must be someone else who has a question? No, not yet. Okay, we'll take you in the next round. And when you find someone else who also has a question, and who's not your neighbor because he also asked a question already. Anyway, as you know, I guess I have 2 questions. You know, what is the number one investment that is needed to avoid, obviously not the floods, we can't avoid them, to avoid the same level of damage to society, economy, nutrition. For me, number of stunted children is a very good indicator. If we come out of this flood with a reduction in the number of stunted children, we have done things right. If we don't, we have not done things right. So what is the number one investment to come out of this flood better, given that we'll have the next flood, so to avoid negative impacts? And my second question is, given that the meltwaters will run out sooner or later, in fact, I was a bit shocked to hear from Dr. Nepal that we might be running out between 2050 and 2080, then all this water, you know, that is essential to grow a lot of the crops in the Indus Basin irrigation system will be gone. We heard there might still be groundwater to maybe substitute for some of the missing meltwater, but obviously we know groundwater is also declining in parts, and other parts is saline. So what will Pakistan do about that? And I think we'll start maybe with the second question, and our online panelist, engineer Habibullah Bodla. He's the chief engineer of the Punjab Irrigation Department. So what is the irrigation department doing to ensure that adverse impacts on crops are avoided in the next floods? And then how is the irrigation infrastructure changing to a future where you do not have meltwaters? So it would be, we cannot see you on video right now, but it would be great if we could see you, or at least hear from you your answer, please. Yeah, he's currently shown as muted. Is he? Oh, he's self-muted. Okay. Okay, so let's maybe then first, let's first ask our panelist Nathan from the Asian Development Bank. So what is the number one investment that where you would put your money in, given that you are from a bank? Where would you put your money into to avoid these large adverse economic and social impacts from the floods? And what do you think Pakistan should be doing when those meltwaters are gone? What would you change in Pakistan's agriculture infrastructure, because most of the meltwater is being used in agriculture? Thank you.
Thanks very much. And first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Appreciate being invited on the panel. And I also appreciate the diversity of the panel itself. And I particularly comment on the combination of having the chairman FFC here, as well as provincial representatives and also social expert. I think it's oftentimes we miss out on the social dynamic or step there. So to answer your question, if I may, I'm going to sidestep a little bit, but I will answer your question in general terms. As we know, there's a post-disaster needs assessment that has been prepared with the government of Pakistan, and ADB has been working with the World Bank, UN, and other bilaterals to prepare this. And a sort of clear, quite stark picture from the floods has come out of it. And of course, some of the details of this will be released in due course, and I won't go to the details. I think Mohsin already mentioned that the number of around 30 billion that is coming out. The priorities are already indicated in there in terms of the near-term priorities, in terms of mentioning some key nutrition aspects that need to be concerned, that are concerning. So the PDNA is prioritizing 3 areas on housing, livelihoods, and agriculture. And livelihoods and agriculture are an important one, because I believe one of the commenters in the audience mentioned about the upcoming Rabi season. And if we do not have adequate growth in the upcoming season, we have knock-on effects that cascade into subsequent seasons. So there's this immediate need on the agriculture side to support restoration of production, bringing back to the level and more resilient approaches to agriculture. More broadly, it's clear that there's a need to ensure that we don't find ourselves sitting back here 10 years' time wondering what should we do about this flood, which, based on the trends for climate change, we expect monsoon rain to be increasing further under climate change. That next one may yet be the catastrophic, cataclysmic, largest flood ever. And certainly the country cannot afford to absorb a single flood like this, let alone a recurrence of floods. And I note the perhaps purposeful mention of this in the title. So the way certainly we are thinking about this is the need to think about flooding as a more broader strategic issue. And it's not sufficient for us to look at piecemeal, fragmented, project-based approaches that perhaps have gone on in the past, and certainly we may have seen in previous ADB projects where we have done so project here, project there, based on earlier priorities from the government. And certainly from our perspective and coordinating with the other development partners on this, working with the government, federal and provincial government, to find a more strategic approach, trying to link not only a single project, and certainly not trying to attempt a single big bang project, but seeing where we can find entry points in finance, entry points in health, entry points in water that will allow us to ensure resilience across the board. That's certainly our vision. I think it's not a small job that one person, I certainly take care of a small portfolio. It's not certainly large enough, and I certainly don't see myself as being certainly someone who can solve from one perspective. It's going to take a lot of sectors and a lot of individuals and a lot of investments. Going back to the original comment on question around early warning, I think in terms of bang for the buck, early warning systems are probably among the best. But that said, technologies are one thing, and it's one thing to have the hardware, and it's one thing to have the maps. The question is, where does that interface with society and people who are involved and who need to use it? Can we say that the hazard maps being prepared by the respective development partners and respective agencies at the district level have actually been used to inform inform design, inform land use planning, etc. Can we say that perhaps it could have been done better, could have been done differently? Could these be distributed in a different means, on the web, paper-based, pamphlet-based, etc.? So that interface is an interesting one, and there's a story that has come out in the post-disaster needs assessment about how the information flow has come down from the federal level down to the NDMA, PDMA, and then the DDMAs, many of which are not full-time, as we understand, full-time positions or full-time agencies, and may not be fully constituted at the department, the district level. And ultimately, it's at that district and community level that it matters most in those early hours of the disaster. So I'll stop there, and apologies for the sidestep.
So so I heard, forecasting, flood risk forecasting, disaster hazard risk forecasting is important, and then projects that fill little gaps and niches, or big gaps and niches. That is the approach that we have heard, the suggestion. I think we do have Engineer Bodla now with us. So, Engineer Bodla, if you could tell us, what is the one thing you would do to ensure that the adverse economic impacts on irrigation or on irrigation infrastructure and agriculture from floods will not reoccur? What's the number one investment? And are you already planning on new cropping patterns when the meltwaters are gone? So over to you, Engineer Bodla.
Thank you very much for the invitation. During the last about 12 years, first of all, we received the unprecedented flood in 2010. In 2010, still I remember that on 29th July, we received the information that we will be receiving the flood at the 6 p.m. and we received the information at 11 a.m. So you can well imagine that whenever you are going to receive the highest flood ever received in the Indus River, you are receiving the information just a few hours ago. And definitely it caused many problems, and even it damaged the infrastructures. But this time in 2022, we received almost the same kind of floods in the river Kabul. But we were quite aware, and I would like to appreciate the role of the Federal Flood Commission. We were having a better coordination with the Chashma authorities and also with the Kerbela authorities. And that's the reason the riverine flood in the river Indus did not have a negative impact. And that because of all that we managed the flood in the appropriate manners. And we received the information well in time. Another thing that in the Punjab, this time we received the flood in the two districts, one in the Didi Khan and other in the Rajanpur. And because of these floods were because of the hill torrents, flash floods were occurring. And this time the magnitude of flood was the highest ever received in the hill torrents. And what the department has learned, and after that we received the flood 2014 in the river Chenab. That was the second highest flood ever received in the river Chenab. And after the 2014, we carried out many kind of interventions in the Punjab. First of all, the major vital structures that we have are the barrages. We enhanced the capacity of the barrages, especially at the Trimu headworks, where both the rivers, Jhelum and the Chenab join on the upstream of the Trimu headworks. And similarly, we increased the capacity of the Balloki headworks, and also we have rehabilitated the Taunsa, Janab Raj, and we constructed the new Khanki barrage. So in other words, we can say that first of all, we saved our vital structures, and those structures are not only rehabilitated, but also we increased their capacity to receive more floods and did not have a negative impact as we were already seeing. And other thing we carried out, we in fact focused on our dikes, and we gave the protection of the dike to those dikes which were very close to the main towns and main cities, especially near the Multan, Jang, Muzaffargarh, and even first time in the Pakistan, even we inserted the sheet piles in the dikes for the protection of the major cities. This is in fact the first time intervention we have carried out in the province of Punjab. And similarly, we also strengthened our dikes on the other which were having the less impact for the protection of the local abadis. We also improved our own internal forecasting systems. Now we have the flood risk assessment unit in our irrigation department, and we are not only relying on the Met department. Of course, the Met department has improved as compared to, if we just consider it with respect to compare it 2010, there is a major improvement in the Met department. But this time, after receiving the flood in the hinterlands, we are already carrying out a study with the assistance of the Asian Development Bank, the possibility of the dams in the hinterlands area, Kor-Suleiman area. We have started the construction of one dam, Soda Dam, which is in fact the tributary of the Sangat hinterland, and we are also exploring the possibility of the other dams in that area. If we succeed to build the dams in the Kor-Suleiman area, and even we able to manage those areas not only with the dams, even with the dispersion structures, and also carrying out the disposal of the hinterlands water up to the river through the flood carrying canals, definitely this area will be saved in the near future. I mean, during the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
This will be
so just to summarize, I heard dams and dikes. I heard less managed aquifer recharge, some of the wetland restoration and so forth. But I also understand, because your mandate is the irrigated infrastructure. We do have to get to a few more panelists and a few more questions. But I just, a very quick, what comes to your mind, first thought for the other presentation that we had? If there is no more meltwater from the glaciers, which might happen, it's the age of our children, 2050s, 2060s, what would you change in the cropping pattern in the Indus Basin irrigation system once we have once the meltwaters are gone? So it sounds like there will be more dams and more dikes, so maybe more water storage from precipitation. But how would the cropping pattern look like?
We have established 3 new organizations in the department. The major thing is the Water Commission. That is the commission. In fact, that is not fully functional yet because there is some litigation in the courts. And the Water Commission will carry out the integrated approach for the management of the water, by considering all the aspects, the surface water, the groundwater, even the industrial water and the drinking water. All these aspects will be dealt by the Water Commission. And in fact, it is as per line of the National Water Policy, we have the Water Act in the Punjab. And hopefully after its functioning, all these things will definitely be improved. And all the cropping patterns and all these things, we will have to consider it in the serious manner in the near future.
Okay, thank you. I know I sometimes ask difficult questions, but thank you very much for your comprehensive response, and also important to know about the Water Commission. I'd like, because we are starting to be short of time, I'll take a last round of questions, and we'll try our honored guest, Engineer Ahmad Kamal, to give a response to as many of these questions as possible. So we now have 2 from the room, and I know we have, I think, another one online. So who has the mic for the questions in the room? We do need the mic. Yes, please. And introduce your name.
Yeah. Thank you. This is Zamir Ahmad Sumro from Asian Disaster Preparedness Center. Actually, the flood 2010 and this 2022 has major difference that the damages in 10, mostly the damages were from the rivers. And in this scenario, 2022, so there were the two types of major damages. One was the rainfall, localized rainfall, and another mentioned by Mr. Bodla, hill torrents. Basically, so Mr. Bodla gave a good interventions by the government of Punjab in the light of the flood 2010 that they have widening the infrastructure and these things to have the preventions. But you see the hill torrents and your question that if there will be the no glaciers by 2060,
yes,
then there will be the rainfall.
Oh,
and
more rainfall.
There
yes,
will be the hill torrents. So now at the federal level, Mr. Kamal is there, provincial level, Mr. Bodla is there. So we should have a strict planning to harness the full potential of these hill torrents. The hill torrents, we are considering it as a disaster. But if we are able to manage these hill torrents, these are the opportunities to mitigate the droughts. So I would like to ask from both the professionals from at the federal level and provincial level that what they are planning for future to harness these hill torrents.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Second question, and we really have very little time left, so we need to ask the question fast. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I think we are not discussing about the glaciers gone by 2050s or 2060s. These are the peak water that because of the higher temperature, the accelerated melting, there will be more water coming from the glacier.
Right. Mm-hmm. Oh, we have a bit more time. That's good to know. Please.
I'm Saidur Rahman. My first question is from Mr. Ahmed Kamal. That as we know that riverbed of Indus Basin is higher in Sindh part, and whenever floods comes, water goes and it cannot come back. So as a river restoration and bonds making and all, why Flood Commission has not invested and thought on that side and project has not been made? Secondly, to Mr. Nathan, that you mentioned early warning system, and in this conference another issue was capacity building, because we are lacking in each department, and on technology side you have dealt, but you did not mention capacity building.
Okay.
So would you throw some light?
Thank you. While Engineer Kamal is going to answer the question, and Nathan will speak later at the coffee break because we are running out of time. I'm already also inviting Mr. Syed Safar Ali Shah, the Secretary of Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives, to join us here on the floor, because he will follow with closing remarks as soon as Engineer Ahmed Kamal has answered the other very important questions. Please join us. But over to you.
The floor, first of all, responding to Mr. Jamil Somro. Yes, his idea is quite correct. We are already working on it. Very recently, when this all had happened on ground, the highest administrative head of the country, the Prime Minister himself directed for including the hill torrents and the flash flood aspects in our National Flood Protection Plan 4, and we are developing that. And for that very purpose, we already have received projects worth more than 221 billion rupees from the province of Punjab. as well as about 185 billion from the province of Sindh. They are already working on that. And if we do that thing, we are going to have a lot much water saved and lot much water to be utilized for the communities which are living on both sides on those particular areas where all this havoc had happened. Secondly, with regard to, sir, your question that why the Federal Flood Commission has not invested with regard to, the Sindh area, we just need to have a clear concept about the things on ground. This time, what had happened on ground was the bad maintenance of the drainage system in the province of Sindh. There is a very good compartmentalization of embankments, first line of embankment and second line of embankments on both sides of the Indus River, worth more than 1,300 kilometers in the province of Sindh. But what had happened or what had gone wrong was that there is a system of LVOD, there is another drainage system, but there is no connectivity between them. The drainage system, that is LVOD, was under-designed. It should have been designed for taking water to the tune of more than 15,000 cusics, and it has been designed only for taking water for 3,500 cusics. So that was the major mistake probably that the planner as well as the designers has made at that time. Had that problem was not there this year, we could have averted much more damage. The second thing is that now it is perhaps on the top of the list that we need to have a very good drainage master plan for the province of Sindh, so that if such thing happens again in future, there should be a very good, you can say, flow of water connected one with each other with sort of a fuse plugs and all that, so that water is easily, can be made its exit into the main Indus River. Lastly, there is a lot of water that is coming from the Balochistan side through small rivers in the form of a hill torrents and all that. All that water when come, there is a Hamal lake and down there is a Manchar lake. And in between there is a FP Bandh or the flood protection Bandh. When that water comes, that water retains there, and when a certain height is reached, we need to make a breach in that, and then in the successive Bandh system, we need to make the breaches, which had been done this year. So one concept that is being discussed this time is how and why not we connect the Hamal Lake and the Manchar Lake with the form of some sort of a channel, so that when a water comes, that water will not enter into the main body of the drainage system. It will enter into the Manchar Lake, and from the Manchar Lake, it has got two regulators. One is the tail regulator, and the first one is the head regulator. They are about 2 or 2.5 feet in their breadth. Why should not we increase them to 10 or 15 or 20 feet in their breadth, so that they can release more water? Presently 25,000. We can design it to 200,000 or 250,000 cusic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very detailed engineering information. I'm a social scientist, but it does sound very interesting and very important. So now we come to our closing remarks, and I hope they are along the lines of the three areas we have discussed. How can we avoid the level of adverse impacts that the poor in Pakistan and others as well, but the poor particularly have experienced from the current flood? How can we avoid that? What is the number one investment to deal with recurrent floods? And once we have passed peak glacier melt, which is between 2050 and 2080, that's the peak glacier melt, what is the future of Pakistan's irrigation and agriculture? Over to you, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Syed Zafar Ali Shah, Secretary Planning, and by training now I am a bureaucrat, and by posting I am a planner, but my first degree was engineering also, so I will try to combine all the elements. And I think it's very important, a very important conference on water, and I have to summarize in a short time, but I think the topic is really vast. If we talk about water in Pakistan itself is a vast topic. When I was just coming here, and because I was rushing from a National Assembly Standing Committee where I had to answer the members of Parliament, I said I had to go to a water conference, I said, what should I tell quickly here? And I heard some of the points already being said by some of our members, like some developments, very positive developments that have taken place, where we have thought a lot more about water and its importance. We always took water for a very long time as a free kind of commodity, like we take air or other commodities as free commodities. But some distance has been traveled, the Water Act, the water policies that were mentioned. When we talk about them, I recall my stint as a staff officer, almost you can say as a young officer 20 years back, with Mr. Shamsul Mulk. I think many of the Pakistan engineers will know he's a water expert and has designed a lot of dams, was minister. And so in 2002, I was his staff officer as an engineer, and he tried to form a water conservation body. And at that time, it was something pretty ahead of every thinking in the country. It was in the KPK province. It was designed so that we take account of all the water in the aquifers also. So the aquifers were to be maintained, any tubewell that would be coming out will be maintained. So just to give the due importance to water. Somehow that body could not be done in 2002. I still recall his words. He said, 10 years down the road, 15 years, people will rue the fact that we didn't make it. But now I'm happy, 18, 19, 20, the landscape. I was again in KP, so involved in the Water Act of KP and the water policy. So this landscape has at least improved in the water sector. But still, there's so much that we can talk about. Some of our friends, like the flood response, that was mentioned. When we take climate change and climate resilience, again, we are talking about everything under the sun. So when we talk about some resolution as a planner, and this is a very recent debate in the last 2 months, because of floods, we have been talking about these pertinent aspects. So we would say something the world has to do, like that is our claim, that we are the sufferers of the climate change, and climate resilience has to be brought about in the world. The world has to live up to its commitments, yet because we are the greatest sufferers of this climate-induced disaster, which we assume that it's maybe about $30 to $32 billion damage and loss it has caused to us. So we need to do a lot more. So while I said in the water landscape, we have brought in some frameworks and some effort is there, some emphasis is there, institutes like the Water Management Institutes and others playing their role, the civil society also. But still, a lot more has to be done if we are just talking about water. Coming to climate resilience, again, we have some policies here and there. The very important aspect, I think, which we have missed, and maybe the world is also coming to that a bit later, is to act on those policies. Just today, we were in a meeting with the UNRC, and he presented us, it was again Ministry of Climate Change Plan, Indus Basin Climate Plan. It was about $18 billion. Excellent, everything, it was covered, 25 points in that. When we faced the flood disaster, we had a discussion with our friends. We discovered the 2017 National Flood Response Plan, which was at that time $2 billion. Now we are rehashing it to bring it into the present needs, so it must be around $5 billion in the next 3-4 months. The difficult part, which we didn't do, and which we had to do, and because of that we suffered, we didn't make those responses in time. So we had to face the current disaster of 2022, which is higher in dimensions, 33 million people affected, and I said $32 billion of just damages and the losses that we suffered. So a wholesome exercise is required, which we are undertaking right now. The different bits and pieces are already there. Thinking has been there. I think that it's very important to bring everything together, one. Second, also to translate it into reality on the ground. That is something which we have been missing. I will just share you the latest that is happening because I'm privy to that information. And maybe some of that I can't disclose before Friday. But maybe like good journalists, they have some breaking news, so I will give you some breaking news. Yeah. So so what is happening is, and I think this is maybe a wholesome thinking that is coming into place. We suffered again. We had the 2010 some plans, but now we completed one exercise which is called the post-disaster need assessment. Again, we used international expertise. Capacity building word was used. We have the capacity. I remember from my engineering books, when we started, all the irrigation theorems were developed within the subcontinent in the 1920s and 30s, and the Indus Basin Network. So a lot of knowledge is here already. I think it's, and now we have people exposed to the international best practices. People have traveled around the world. So a lot of knowledge is there. The point again is from a planning perspective to bring a coordinated plan, one, and then translate it into ground with resources and also with the kind of priority that it really requires. So those are the missing elements. With the PDNA exercise, and we have the flood response also, that covered, like our coordinator or convener, she just mentioned all the elements. Because, say, in Pakistan, if you look at the land space, NDMA did the relief and rehabilitation part. Parts of rehabilitation, part of relief. The provinces did. The PDMAs are now vibrant bodies in that respect. But again, everybody had to come together in a platform which we call the National Flood Response Center. It was based on COVID experience NCOC. So that was, which is headed by the Prime Minister, the Planning Minister was the chair. So the relief part, the rehab part, supported by international development partners, UN coming in, and other also multilateral and bilateral partners coming in. So that exercise we have taken to a certain level. Now the rehabilitation part is a major exercise ongoing, which includes the health, taking care of the children, of the mothers, of the houses damaged. And then we are moving into the medium to long term. Whatever we are planning in reconstruction, we plan to do it in a climate resilient way. So the PDN exercise is bringing all the damage assessment. It also gives us a basis, which is a minimum of $16 billion or thereabouts of our needs to redevelop the houses, the livestock, the agriculture that was lost, the various sectors, the infrastructure that was damaged, including highways and railway structure. But what we are going to add, and maybe it will happen in the next fortnight, is, and this PDNA officially will be launched on Friday, but in the next 2 weeks, we are going to add the reconstruction plan also to it, which is the government of Pakistan vision, not only to do the damage need back, which is the relief and rehabilitation part, but the reconstruction, which is be climate resilient. Now, what is that? One, I said, we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time we face a crisis. We had the 2010 crisis, 17, excellent document, which we got from the Flood Commission. They did it. And interestingly, it not only talked, although we were hit by the river flood, it also talked about every torrent in Pakistan. So although the focus was not much on the torrents which hit us this time, but it talked of both. So that plan was there, and I recall that 35% was on measures which are not structural, because structure is a major problem. We have to build structures. We have to train water, retrain water, and prevent our DRR, disaster risk reduction elements, but also non-structural. One element, and again that leads us into the governance field, River Act. We developed that in 2017, some provinces did earlier. But again, if you reconstruct in the waterways, the water is going to hit you back. And like in Balochistan and Sindh, because they were used to these for 20 years, these areas were dry river streams or streams. So they had just constructed a lot of houses there. So that is again our challenge. In the reconstruction, do it a climate resilient way. Can we go for elevated platforms? We started like Bangladesh recently, the floating houses, the community kind of structures. So those kind of international knowledge is coming back to us. Like I said, in the PDNA, we were helped by international development partners. They were fronted by World Bank, Asian Bank, experts from all around the world, the EU and the UN. And again, in this exercise, reconstruction, some elements are already in front of us. One is the flood response plan, which we are updating, which covers a lot of elements, including the people element also, involving the community, the governance element beside the structures. But in addition to that, we are also looking, just two big examples. Indus Highway, which is like almost another lifeline of Pakistan, it was damaged 800 kilometers. And now, as engineers, we know that high flood level defined by 2010 has entirely changed again for us. So the cross drainage works, the raising of the Indus Highway, which is 800 kilometers, the ML1 already in a very bad condition, the main train tracks. Now that needs to be rehabilitated. It was badly hit in Sindh province, inundated. So entirely its design has to be changed in a climate resilient way, so that
we can expect next year, few years down the road, again such disasters. Glaciers were mentioned, that is one element. Then there were elements of, again, which we couldn't do in time. That was the advanced warning system, the radars, and the placing of some of the radars on the rivers and streams, plus on the glaciers also. So all that was planned, was thought of in different parts, but the implementation and the resources couldn't follow. So I think the change that we are going to have to do is bring everything together in the PDNA, the reconstruction exercise, and just to tell you the roadmap also, we, whatever projects now are coming, and our present portfolio also, we are going to refocus on reconstruction in a climate resilient way, trying to educate the people also awareness, because the houses, mostly you understand, we can't build them for them. It will be the people building it again, and 2 million houses damaged is no small amount. So that is there 16 of the 20 poorest districts which we targeted for uplifting were again hit in this flood. So the people have to be taken on board. This PDNA plus reconstruction exercise has to come in, and then you know that we are taking it to COP also, this report or the basics of it, and also we will be having international conferences later, which will be supported by UN and our international friends. So the Pakistan government is going to really provide that resources along with all the provinces and all the divisions wherever they are. In all this, the theme will be climate resilience and how to bring everything together in a much better way so that our people don't suffer another crisis like this. Thank you.
Okay, wow, very comprehensive planning. So a hand to our closing speaker, but also to all of the panelists and also to our speakers at the beginning. So I think a very exciting session. We've heard a lot. I think the key really is the comprehensive integrated planning. So I think if all of these things will come together, the next flood that will come for sure will have lesser impacts, and we will be watching. So thanks to everyone again, and this closes our Nexus Gains 5th seminar. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.